Hello, everyone. Sorry for the silence. I can't control that sadly. So, God, this is so Windows XP. I forgot how Windows XP this was. Yeah. Game about role-playing communities in the late 90s, early 2000s. Of course, it has fucking Windows XP. Oh, wait, can I, Oh, god damn it. Let's see. A picture for my account, no. Oh, wait, the references. Okay, so this is Sailor Moon, this is Gravitation. Final Fantasy VII Yaoi Classic. That one Gundam that was extremely gay. Carcaptive Sakura. That I don't recognize. That. Is that Hunter Hunt? Is that for the early Hunter Hunter from 90 something Hunter? I don't know. I'm weak for. I've always been weak for Sakura. God, this is way too. This is way too much like having XP again. That was a good operating system. Oh, there we are. Finally. Let's see. Hey, it's your pal Effie. You know how you said you wanted a Lime journal? Oh, this is too good. So you could be cool and hang out with me in cyberspace? Anyway, I may have set up a blog for you in the middle of the night because I'm a vampire. Normalimponlg.com. Loyalty Effie. P.S. If you want, I have some questions for your first post to make it interesting. You consider yourself more of an introvert or an introvert? Do you think you're more or less the real you online than in person? What is the most important quality for your best friend to have? PPPS? I set up everything. CSS and all. I think I got your favorite color right. Damn. That's pretty impressive considering. I remember how long it took me to set up a live journal back in the day. Let's see. Internet chat, I can play solitaire. And my achievements. And my settings. Let's see. Appearance. Blue or silver? Oh no, it really is. It really is just like sound effects. Oh, we're gonna have like zero music. Oh, I might want to try and create a playlist for this to make it more engaging. I don't know how long the game is gonna last, so you know. I feel like that's the kind of thing that I should do. Let's see, wallpapers, loads, there's nothing here. The internet of the 90s, well, more like early 2000s to be fair. See. Oh god, yeah, this is so early live journal. This is so early live journal. Rose and Maiden, really? I mean, I say that. I never could get into Rose and Maiden, but it's not bad. Anyway, yeah, October of 2003. Oh, early 2000s. My beloved and also detested. Okay, hi everyone. I'm a feral smile, Effie for short. It's October and you know what that means. Halloween! I get to wear all my favorite things without people staring, trying to decide which outfit to put together for the 31st. Any thought would be appreciated. Cutty Lolita Witch Vampiress. Time to get spoopy. See you soon, Effie. What? Oh, it's two cats. Oh, it's two I'm trying to figure out what that is. It's two cats. Aw, that's cute. Oh, wait. I wanted to open my own place. Well, play is life. This book has no post yet. And is... You're really taking the tourmaline thing seriously, huh? No? Like, first blog post. Let's see. I know, Effie. I'm late to this vlogging game. Thanks for making me a live journal. It'll give us more to talk about in school. Wait, if she made the account, did she have like access to my email? I remember how to make a live journal, I think. Do you consider yourself more of a extrovert or an introvert? Introvert? It's not that I don't like people, I just prefer to be alone. The time between when I get home from school to when my parents come home from work is my time, just for me. What issues aren't my thing, I'd rather be online. Hashtag relatable. Think more or less serially. I mean, let's see. I'm on myself when I'm online. You don't have to worry about being cute or well dressed or popular. It's just extra stuff that gets in the way of you and the other person. Without that, I can't say what's on my mind, honestly, without a filter. Damn. If you had to choose only one, what is the most important quality for your best friend to have? Oh, you'd rather have someone honest, I feel. Okay, let's go back to read that. Someone who's completely honest with you. To me, a friend that isn't honest with you isn't a friend at all. There's someone who is just pretending. If they're completely honest with me, I'll feel more comfortable being myself. I want someone who says it as they see it and stands up for the truth. Can I change? Ooh, I can even change the icon. God, this is really like. I'm gonna keep the Sakura one. God, the level of late 90s, early 2000s nostalgia here. Okay, we did the post. And okay. So, what do you think? Why you get? I can choose to be a dick. I'm not gonna choose to be a dick. It would be funny if I did, but I won't. Love you, thank you. All right, I need to You picked up my favorite color and everything. Good to know it hasn't changed since elementary school. That's purpose. I'm surprised you're not asleep. Or have you joined the denizens of the night? I just finished reading the fanfic you gave me in the club today. It's good. What? Really? I'll be honest, until you invited me to join the school's writing club, I hadn't really shown anyone my writing in a while. Maybe even since you, if that tells you anything. Ah, come on. Well, actually, should I ask if it's that long? Would that be rude? I feel like that's rude. Ah, no, come on, you're great. Look, I know it's been a while, but you remember the part where I'm subconscious, also the part where that hasn't gotten better. Yeah, I remember. I just wanted to, anytime that you were feeling down about yourself, I could just be in your pocket or something, yelling as loudly as the voices that tell you you're no good. I'm making up for lost time, maybe. Don't. I mean, don't. Part of why I gave you my EM is that maybe it would be better talking about all the stuff it's hard to say in person. It's like, yeah, we haven't hung out since end of elementary school. I don't want to just talk all the time we spend not talking. I took the chance and gave you that fake because out of everyone, I figured out you get it. Oh, for fuck's sake, give me a sec. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry about that. My parents decided to buy a yogurt maker while we're on a trip, and they told me that I had the responsibility to get to it. And he just came home. Sorry, and thank you. So, I was looking at your fanfic, and you know how its premise is what if the world ended? Yeah. I got this crazy idea, feel free to say no. Yes. Excellent! That's not even the response. Let's make our own post-apocalyptic roleplay community. Wait, what? We're going to write together online? Sure, why not? Yeah, that's how you do it. T, I haven't shown my writing to anyone outside of you. I just said that. And also role-playing is very... I don't know. It means because I haven't role-played with anyone in like... it's gonna be close to 10 years, maybe. A little less. More like 6 or 7. Um, it's kind of, it can get very self-conscious. Think about what a great opportunity it would be. Remember what Mr. Beeler said? If you don't show your writing to anyone, you'll never get better. Okay, I'll get serious. Doesn't change the fact that I'm worried. Yeah, I know. I'm here for you if you need me, okay? Thanks. Smiley face. Smiley faces. We're gonna start a roleplay community. It needs a name. What about Terranova? Title drop. That sounds pretty cool. How you come up with that? I may or may not have used a random name generator. No, have more self-respect. We don't do that in this house. Have some self-respect. I have this idea for a backstory. The apocalypse happened not because of one major event, but gradually. That's how the apocalypse always happens. Short-term power outage, widespread illness, the decline of our economy. Um, and the collapse of our infrastructure as we know it. Alright, it's 2003. They have not realized that this is happening right now. God, I feel bad for these characters in 20 years. So they wanted to build a new world at Terranova, something different than before. Alright, because that's Italian. Well, you might say you're an optimist, but you're darker than me. Oh, no, no, no. She's just looking at the things that are gonna happen in 20 years. She's psychic. I have decided now that the protagonist is a psychic. You think? I just dream of this kind of thing and then realize that the world is gonna end soon. Not like it's gonna happen in real life or anything. Yeah. I have an online friend who I talk anime and cosplay with a lot. Maybe she'd be interested. Who knows? Maybe we'll meet someone new. Effie, we're actually doing this. I'll set up the community online journal now. Hold up for a bit. Thank you. You're a delight. Oh, you're setting up. How do I check my chats? There's an end mode button on my star menu. What's that? Is that... Where? Oh yeah, there it is. How do I new post to Terranova? Well, better ask. Remember how you added a new post to your personal Lime journal? Just click the new post button on the community page and you should be good to go. How do I check my chats? Beyond the obvious. That's probably the easiest thing to do. Thank you for the tutorial, Effie. If you click on the desktop icon labeled chats, you see your friends list and whether they're online or not. Wait, how do you know what my desktop looks like? Because I'm the tutorial. I left a note on your computer, didn't I? Oh, from hanging out yesterday, lol. Well, that explains why she could set me up with an account. It's an end month button on my star menu. What's that? Oh, you know. Oh yeah, you might notice that it's grayed out right now. The endpoint button can only be accessed after certain story requirements are fulfilled, like chatting with friends, looking over blogs and stuff. For this month, after you post to terranova, you'll be able to end this month. I can time travel into the future? Yeah, by existing. It's a mystery! Yay! It's video game mechanics. What? Danny? Is it finished yet? Just putting the last touches on the CSS. God, that took you very little. Then again, no offense, girl. Your SSS acumen is not that impressive. But it is it is 2000. Oh, well, it's late. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I have to go to bed before you. Let me know when you post, okay? I'm so jazzed. It's gonna be so fun. We're gonna have so much fun. You and I. Friends. I'm actually excited. I'm glad we're doing this. I'm glad we're talking like this again. Yeah, me too. Why did you stop talking again? Oh, thank you, achievement. Start of something new. Meta roleplay community. Good night, Effie. The response from Ephemeral. Time to sleep. Remember when she'd had auto response? Alright, my achievement screen. There's a lot of secrets. Okay, and then we go to the interwebs. I probably could have gone to Oh, I need to open it from the chat. Okay, that's fair. There it is. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Can I Oh, I can open the RSS. Let's see if I can. Will it bookmark automatically? Oh, okay. It bookmarks. For a moment, I thought that I would have to maybe bookmark it myself. Terranova, post-apocalyptic roleplay. Let's see. Nova is a post-apocalyptic roleplay that takes place within the provinces of Ordania and Terranova, two cities with tense relations. Terranova is trying to recapture the past glory of the information era in the midst of an apocalyptic wasteland. There are cybernetic punks, wealthy technology muggles, and enterprising opportunists. Ordania lives in the present and within their means, even if it means sometimes going without. They are stout survivalists, stalwart spiritualists, and mischievous magic users. They are split by the chasm, which has unknown depths and terrors lurking inside. Something, made in abyss. So which will you choose? Magic, technology, and something darker? That's it. Let's see. You were born here and live here all your life, so you already know about the fall. Did you know what precipitated this catastrophic event over 150 years ago? The hubris of man. Hubris, sorry. I never can pronounce that word correctly the first time. He believed he could take endlessly from his Mother Earth. Nature has a way of balancing herself out. Me looking awkwardly to the world right now. In the beginning, it was power outage. Global warming on Earth had caused extreme weather patterns. All it took in those days was one unexpected snowstorm to bring down the power grid. We shoveled the snow and adapted. Power became less stable. We panicked and greedily charged our devices when the lights were on. When they were not, we cowered in the darkness with our blue beacons. The wealthy hoarded it. They told us that renewable sources were not viable, and those in power believed them. Food spoiled, days grew into weeks, and weeks into months. This is starting to get a little too real. We buried our food and adapted. Our digital society was turned back hundreds of years. The world was thrown into chaos. That you see before you used to be a bus. That's a weird line, but then again, you're a teenager, right? You don't know, you know. Used to be a bustling bay city. It too became consumed by the earth. And so we adapt. We packed up and moved inland to establish a new land, or terranova. This is what you see today. Nova City, or bright shining star, founded by an enterprising young woman who had established a solar farm and her own power grid. Those who joined her attempted to regain the digital world they had lost years ago. It is a hub of electro enterprises, room-sized computers, and other hacking experiments. I mean, room-sized computers we already had, like, at the beginning of the computer cycle. Like, the very beginning of what we call the computer cycle, anyway. Or what we could call. I guess in that era, they were just like giant calculators. But Adania was founded by missionaries looking to bring healing to a world wrought with destruction. They recognized the balance that had been restored by the earth and aimed to respect her while taking gratefully from her remaining resources. It was with this philosophy they established the parish, the spiritual center of Adania. 10 years ago, a strange thing happened in Terranova. The city-states, who have had tense detente between the two of them for years, were split apart by a lightning strike from the heavens. They call it the chasm. It's widening every day, crawling its way to the ocean. Soon, perhaps, it will be filled with water and Dania and Terranova will become completely separate city-states. Until then, the two can only wait and hope that nothing disturbs this tense peace. Except for stories of Terranova by Roll M. Oh, they're doing like an entire cosmology thing, huh? Wait, let me check the post. Total shameless promotion! My favorite kind of promotion. My bestie Tourmaline and I started a role-playing group. It's a post-apocalyptic original character roleplay. I am so excited to finally be able to wear a Isaiah after designing outfit upon outfit for him. Hashtag relatable. It's just the two of us for now, so join Classley's gloved hands, please. Damn. Desperate. Okay. Introduce my character to the world. Okay, let's see. Really, we don't get I don't get to choose an image either. God damn it. That's the one thing that I would have wanted to do. Eitan Musayev, 25, 21, Nova City, Terranova. Specialties: long range sniping, stealth, bluffing and manipulation, running, and being sexy. The basis of every good character, being sexy. What do I wanna work with? I mean, I'm terrible at playing charming characters. It's like they always come out as cringe. It's like, to me, charming is cringe, so I don't think that's gonna work. Let's see. Has difficulty saying what he means, tends to say the opposite thing in an attempt to mask his true intentions. That's a terrible way of masking your intentions, boy. He sometimes gets him into fights. He doesn't like close quarter combat and getting personal with his marks. People he's supposed to kill. We know what a mark is, girl. Then again, it is 2003, rather. Oh, really? I have to add that he's... Can you not be charming? I'm terrible at role-playing charming characters. Putting me in this position. He's charming, will use praise and an intimate touch to extract and manipulate information from people. He's one to be around at parties and inspire drunken nights of debauchery. How old are you again, child? You're in high school. Damn. Oh. How am I judging? How can I judge? Intense and mysterious, perpetual smirk, down brown ass, and dark hair that ends in blue tips. Girl. Dark skin and strong jawline, likes to walk around naked when he's comfortable. Oh boy, he has abs. Girl, please. We get it. After his father's death, his mother slid into debt and they lost their home. Ethan became involved in street gangs at a young age. He accepted an opportunity as a contract killer and the rest is history. He doesn't particularly enjoy his job, but compared to how he was previously living, he would rather kill. He furnishes his mother's home and pays her bills with the hope one day he can buy her a home away from Nova City. Isn't like two places that they could technically live in the state of the world? Like, arguably, you don't have any options on to where to buy her a home. Just saying. He feels a strong sense of responsibility to her, and almost never talks about her for fear she would be made a target. That's the reasonable thing to do. Oh, that's a pretty boy. I don't know how I feel about the blue tips hair, but that's a pretty boy. Wait, do I recognize the art style? Do I recognize the artist? Because I know I mentioned last stream that I actually am in a server that I'm on with one of the developers of this. And one of the artists that is also in that server was commissioned to do art for this game also. So technically I know two people in the staff credits. I'm trying to think if... No, I don't think it's you. But I think I recognize the art style. Let's see. Can I make a new post? No. I'm not allowed to post anymore. I got into my post limit. The worst. Oh? I don't think there's anything on my downloads? No? Okay. I guess that's everything for now. Time to... Less. You shouldn't be playing solitaire, I say to myself. That's a bad idea. You've never been good at solitaire. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I know that I've never been good at solitaire. Wait, no, that's a mistake. Why did I do that? I could have moved you. See, this is what I mean. I'm not good at solitaire. Five. Waiting. Waiting. I shouldn't be doing this. This shouldn't be legal for me to do. There are many things wrong with what I'm doing right now. But also, nobody can stop me. Wait, no, that's 6! I mean, you're a bigger pile. Oh. Quietly playing solitaire. Again, this shouldn't be allowed. I shouldn't be allowed this kind of... I did it again! Wait, what do you mean that I can't? There we go. What do you mean that I can't? Don't be silly. Games that allow you to play like solitaire and stuff should be illegal. Not because they're bad. It's just like you realize that you're just playing solitaire. You realize that this is a mistake. I think I fucked up by not moving you. I might have fucked up. The issue is that I don't know how to fix this anymore. And I can do this. Yeah, no, I'm fucked. I've never been good at solitaire. Oh well, let's move on. I really to close the month of October. I don't have any options but to do it, so November 8th. Ooh. You updated your RRS. See if there's anything new. No new wallpapers, no downloads. It's chat logs. Really? You're saving your chat logs? Damn. Let's see. Older post, that's from Terranova, that's your character. Saya Mallory, 23, Nova City, Terranova. Axemanship, is that a thing? Yes, actually. I think most people wouldn't call it that. Defending himself and others, mechanical tinkering, and maintenance, having a poker face. Well, that's a skill, I guess. Finding companionship, expressing emotion, breaking down or electrical charges. Appearance, white hair that floofs out everywhere, emerald eyes that seem to pierce the depths of the soul. These are the telltale signs of someone using cybernetic enhancements. Are you sure? And skin as dark as a moonless night. Girl, we get it, you're into purple prose. Saya has piercing line in both ears and dresses in a long row that is just as stitched together from random parts as he is. This sometimes makes it harder for people to tell how many implants he actually has, as those without cybernetics can be put off by the patchwork nature of his body. Yes, Swiss Army hands! Girl, wait, do you watch like, oh, excuse me, lady. Or person. Oh, that's a cute icon. That's an adorable icon. Wait, let me continue reading. Do you have like, were you like Edward Scissorhands fan? They can, okay, Swiss Army. They can reconfigure to produce screwdrivers, small drills, and pliers for mechanical work, and when he fights, each entire hand can configure into an axe blade. Okay, Sai is very quiet, even though this is usually because he seems respecting or otherwise talking his own head. Other people misunderstand it as being cold or distant. He has difficulty getting close to others, as he tends to come off as aloof and self-centered. To add to this, he cannot express his inner feelings in ways people can easily see, because he lost any movement in his facial muscles due to an unsuccessful facial modification in his past. Damn, boy! Really? Your face, of all things? All of these things cause other people to see him as blank and as a blank and emotionless doll, even before they know the full extent of his modifications. Even though people brush him off because of his strange appearance and unexpressive demeanor, he really is a sweetheart to most anyone who doesn't give him a reason not to be. He often brings flowers to his neighbors and offers his services as a mechanic to those who require it. In fact, he often goes through the extra effort because people around him can read his emotions and intentions from his expression. He feels like he has to go out of his way to show that he cares because saying it isn't enough. Aww. And that's another one. That's what another person. Oh, it's you. Let me open the chat client. Oh, you're. Oh, okay. Hey, whoa. Just say something else. Okay. Hello, hello. Ephemeral Smile told me I should talk to you about joining Terranova. So I just up and posted in the community before talking to you, Ors. Oh, Riley, Oh. It's a person apologizing on their hands and knees. Oh, I think I see it. Yeah, nobody sees it. Yeah, it's just a lot in Japanese texting. Fucking weeaboo. Nice to meet you. I'm Sandaria. I'm Tourmaline. Yoroshiku. About your post in Terranova, you were writing Hikaru, right? With Effie's character Isaiah. Did you officially apply? Well, no. Ephemeral and I had been role-playing these characters for a little while before Terranova, so I thought it'd be cool if we posted up some old stuff we'd done and edited it. It was a little weird reading posts from someone I didn't know. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I didn't think it was such a big deal. Oh. I'll interview with you now and enjoy the community properly. Problem solved. Were people using that amount of Kamoji back in the day? I know I wasn't. I got into Kamoji later, so now I'm wondering. Oh god, I just ready with man. Okay, here goes. Hikaru together is an elf from an isolated coven of Silver Spring. Most outside a mountain, right? But no, Hikaru is not yet. He got silver eyes, star brown cloudy hair, and pale white skin. He's one of the best bowmen in Terranova. He's on a mission to become the strongest warrior in the world. Hold on a minute. You're going too fast for me. Oh. Okay, you can ask any questions you like. Is Hikaru Japanese? No, he's an elf. Honey, I think we need to talk. Why a Japanese name? I don't know, it's a cool name. Oh god, you're one of those weeaboos. It's in a sci-fi world where anyone can be named anything. Yeah, but usually, like, Asian people in sci-fi worlds have, how do I put this politely? Complicated connotations because of the nature of, a lot of sci-fi work created during the era where there was a lot of, tensions with Asia from the United States. It's why Blade Runner has the aesthetic that it does. It's like there was this entire tension with Japan. So yeah. Typically when you name a character something, it has some kind of meaning. Well, Eita is not exactly a normal name, is it? Why'd you pick that? It sounded cool. Damn. Called out right in front of my face. The worst. I can't believe I just got called out like that. I don't see a lot of elves in science fiction. Oh, I do. Do you now? Where? Shadowrun. Oh god fucking damn it, they got me. Yeah, no, they're right. There are elves in Shadow. Yeah. It's a sci-fi world that has elves. Yeah, no, they got me. And there's Shadowrun. They are right. Wait. How do you know about Shadowrun? Are there any other examples? Do you need other examples? Fair. How many sci-fi elf stuff had there been at that point? Because I think there has been like some manga which has like sci-fi fantasy elements. I guess there is some more of that stuff today, but I think the combination of sci-fi and fantasy stuff didn't become all that popular until later. Then again, you also have shit like Chrono Trigger. But arguably Chrono Trigger is less sci-fi and more like steampunkish from how the technology works and looks like. Like aesthetically, I think that it fits more with steampunkish stuff than it does with like traditional sci-fi, but it does have a lot of like technology stuff in a fantasy world, so. And there's some of the Final Fantasy games, yeah. I was thinking about that. Though there aren't a lot of elves there. I think the solution that we need to find is that Final Fantasy starts incorporating elves more on like their entries that are more modern. I mean, I think 15 had have some elves, didn't it? I don't know, I didn't play 15. And that's like one of the most moderns. Still though. Can you tell me a bit why he's in Terra Nova? Well, he's on a quest to be the best fighter in the world. He challenges people to duels. And why does he do this? It's a mystery. I will be revealed soon. This is just me when I write a draft. Like, this is literally just me writing a draft. It's just like, it's a mystery. All will be revealed later. Every time that I get a comment of like, but what are you gonna do with this thing? It's a mystery. Yeah, me too. Oh no, you're putting this kind of no, no, you can't do this to me. No, you can't do like Because on the one hand, my natural reaction is like, look, I'm gonna be perfectly honest, this sucks. This needs work. Like, I'm not a good judge. Like, I'm very cruel. I can be such a cruel person. I'm such a shitty piece of shit about this kind of stuff. I like to think that I'm capable of being like, look, I know that you're trying your best, but also this fucking sucks. You're such a bad person. I'm the worst. Right, okay. How do I do this? How do I do this without sounding like a piece of shit? Okay, fine. I'll be nice about it. I can tell you're trying your best, and I appreciate that. I'm sure you're a very good friend to Effie. I guess I'm a little conflicted. Anything I can do to help? No. Let me consult with Effie, okay? I'll be right back. Effie, we have a problem. Oh wait, I have you. There you are. Hey, Effie. Hey, you get to talk to Sandaria. She's a bit much. Oh, she, yeah. Lives in Japan. I think she started picking up the way they do smileys there. They call kaomoji. No, that's not the problem. I love kaomoji. That's the least of my issues with this person. I'm gonna assume we're around the same age. Oh, also, does she actually live in Japan? She sounds like an anime character. And not in a good way. Okay, you were like the two biggest nerds at school. You have that cat girl t-shirt you wear to school. Yeah, and that's different. God, I wish I had a cat girl t-shirt. Nyan Marie is different. Damn. Okay. Why didn't you tell me Saya was from another roleplay? I'm sorry, I didn't think it mattered. It doesn't. You're mad. No, I'm not. Yes, we're mad. Tourmaline, please. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Saya's a cool character. Yeah, but it's not a character that fits. At the very least, you could have made the effort of trying to, like, I don't know, incorporate it a little better to the whole post-apocalyptic thing. Look, no one has to be a perfect role player, but also people should do the minimal effort. Doesn't matter where or when he was made. I mean, no, it doesn't matter. I think it matters whether he, I think it matters if it fits or not. Anyway, before Terranova were role-playing high fantasy, Saya was an homunculus. Homunculus, a man-made person. We were watching a lot of Full Metal Alchemist. I realize now that Isaiah being made by someone feels wrong. The Isaiah now has far more autonomy. He's more independent and more self-made. I don't know, man. I feel like that actually fits better with like the sci-fi thing, because yeah, by that point with like fucked up technology, people will be creating like you know the like kind of homunculi. It's like that's fine, literally. Hikaru and Isaiah are thick as thieves, and I thought that friendship would be a great addition to Terranova. I was worried about this. And that I can be a little, I don't know, but she's a kind of supportive friend. If it weren't for her, I probably wouldn't even have written that figurehead. I think we got on wrong on, we got off on the wrong foot. You don't have to make friends with her just to make me happy. You could just hang out together by yourselves. Nah, I said we start a role-playing community, not a you and me role-playing, and I mean it. Role-playing group, rather. I'll accept her, so don't worry. Hey, thank you, T. I really mean it. You're welcome. By the way, I saw your post. I'm glad to see you figured out your character. Yeah, I think I'm gonna write an intro later today. Awesome! Looking forward to reading all of Ethan's adventures. Oh, also I had a thought. If you want more people, maybe post a message on your Lime journal saying applications are open. What do you think? Good idea. I gotta go, but I'll see you around. Yeah, let's roleplay sometime. It's a date! And she logged off. Looking forward to that roleplay. Well then. I'll deal with you in a sec. Because I need to post. I mean... yeah, fine. I'm trying to be a good friend. I hate that. I don't want to be a good friend. But also, I'm incapable of playing dickish people in video games. Unless I'm obligated to play a dickish person, I guess. But that doesn't happen very often in this day and age. Everyone has to be nice. Hi everyone, I'm happy to announce Ephemeral Smile and Isle, and I will be starting Terranova, post-apocalyptic roleplay community. Let me introduce to the current characters of Terranova. Aita, Isaiah, and Hikaru. All there. One thing is missing from community. You! We're looking for new role players to join our community. If you wanna join, send me a message to Star. I'm Tourmaline on IM. Okay. Let's see your RSS. Well, how long is this? Oh boy, this is really long. Let's chat with you first and then we'll finish that. Okay, thanks for waiting. Welcome to Terranova. Yay! You absolutely won't regret it. We're gonna be the best of friends. Okay. So I can post Kikaru bio up to the community. Please make sure to follow the format for new characters though. Check the post for Isaiah and Nathan for the proper formatting. Roger. My live journal's name is Sandaria if you wanna add me. Looking forward to roleplaying with you soon. Talk to you later. I'm Sandaria. I'm 17. I live in Japan. I'm gonna be a model. Some kind of things I'm thinking about. Oh, so you do live in Japan. Frets, the ultimate fashion magazine. You've got me hooked. Hit the street in Harajuku where fashion lives. Crap. God, I have such a conflict with that kind of crap. Like I'm not a cream enjoyer. I'm not a cream enjoyer. Like I like a little bit of cream, but I'm not a cream enjoyer. So I can't stand those crepes that are pure cream. However, if it's the kind of crepe that is full of ice cream, now you're speaking my fucking language. Now that's the kind of shit I'm into. Because your nails in this pic, those are nice nails. Anyway, hi everyone, welcome to my vlog. My friend me to see new cafes I explore in Japan. I wonder where these photos were taken. And okay, there it is. For some reason it wasn't working when I pressed space. Alrighty then. Let's see. That's everything it seems. Unless, yeah, that was your self-promotion. Yeah, no. I know RSS will show you everything, but also get afraid of RSS sometimes. Uh, wait, why is this? Yeah. Okay, let's see. This is gonna take a while to read. This is gonna leave me with a very sore throat, which is why I drank a bunch of water. How did Hikaru and Isaya met in the first place? Well, he started one day in Nova City. Girl, don't. Like, I appreciate the cow emoji, don't get me wrong, but also. Okay. Turn out into the streets of Nova City with a little plastic cutter of his face. He hardly understood the acidity. Hikaru found himself drifting from shop to shop, looking at the things inside. A dress here, a series of shiny cubes that had people trapped inside them, a metal man. Wonderful. He studied the people in a box as words roll across them. New Novan consulate to begin peace talks. Peace? He stifled a laugh. As far as the Coven of Silver Spring was concerned, the Terranovans never wanted peace. As the procession of old men and women filed from one end of the box to the other, he spotted someone who was different from the rest. He had black armor that pulsated neon red, almost as if it were breathing in time with the weather, long black hair that fell down to the small of their back. Peter wasn't sure if they were male or female or both. Either way, they looked strong. Interesting. Peter was studying this strong person when he heard a voice behind him. What do we have here? God, I can't do accents. We're screwed. Hikaru turned around quickly. A man with stingy dark hair and silver teeth grinned back at him. He did not look strong, but he could be useful. Who is he? He demanded, pointing at the people in a box. He was met with a laugh. Rude. You must be fresh off the boat, kid. Everyone here knows Obsidian. He suddenly looked eerily interested in Hikaru. Those eels, an elf. Ain't seen those for years. Yes, perhaps you heard of me. And Hikaru together from the Coven of Silver Spring. He wasn't listening. That's the good price in action. Ah, yes, human trafficking. Well, technically elf trafficking, isn't it? My favorite. But before Hikaru had time to react, he was beset by 5 men who sprung from the shadows. They grabbed him by his cloak and pushed him to the ground. He reached for his bow, but his arm was twisted behind his back with a crack. Pop, sizzle, what was happening? His body convulsed and writhen, his vision well blurry. He fought with all his might, wrenching his arm from their grasp and wrestling them to the ground. Okay, but you're trying to fight them with a bow. At close quarters. That's... I have many questions with that. Because how? Why? Like, with an arrow, like, it has a pointy bit. You can stab people with that, but... with a bow? I guess if you wanna, like, hit someone on the head with it. If it's metal, that could be very dangerous. But otherwise... Unfortunately, close-range combat wasn't his forte. See, that's what I meant. There were too many of them. His face was ground into the concrete. All he could hear was the sound of his own panting, short and ragged. There, the silver-toothed man said. Nighty-night. Another shock ripped through his body and he blacked out. Isaiah sat hunched over his workbench, trying hard to focus on the delicate work at hand. Oh, how he hated right-hand tune-ups. Not only was his left hand clumsy, it was also made of metal and therefore more easily damaged by things like heat and electricity. The more parts he acquired that were in a prison of inefficient flesh, the more disdain he began to have for the parts that were. He took a deep breath and tried to steady his left hand. Before he could start, shouts from the street broke his focus. He put down the soldering iron, turned up the radio to tune them out, and tried to resume, but it was too loud to ignore through the thin metal garage door. What must one do to get some peace and quiet? Annoyed, he released his hand from the vise and opened the garage door to confront the noisemakers, scavengers, and whatever poor soul they found to prey on. He dealt with scum like them before, but didn't really fancy a fight. Little intimidation should do the trick. He took one tool off the wall, pointing it menacingly into the fray. Deadly plasma cannon, or mostly harmless heat gun. He'd let them judge for themselves. Get out of my sight, he warned in his no-nonsense deadpan voice. To really sell the act, he activated his aiming subsystem, making his wrist flick accurately and effortlessly between the targets. Quickly now, I never miss. Crap, he's got a gun, run! They dispersed like cockroaches, leaving a huddled mess in a heap on the ground. It was still twitching from the aftershock of the taser, and its face was dripping with blood. You okay? Saya reached down to hold the man's hand, and felt it go limp. Poor boy in his poor fragile flesh prison. Oh come on, don't be rude about flesh prisons. Flesh prisons are cool. Well, they're complicated and annoying, but they're cool. He felt a flash of anger towards the scavengers, followed by an immense sadness. There weren't his plans of working on his arm today. He had more important work now. Saya tossed the unconscious elf onto his shoulder and carrying him inside. Please hang in there, I will help you. 2 weeks later. It's time! Caro announced loudly, stepping on Isaiah's bed, where he was sleeping and brandishing a coffee pot and mug on a rickety tray. I have brought you your morning sustenance juice. What? After accidentally attacking him, Hikaru had found out that this man named Isaiah had actually saved him. Maybe you should have asked first why he had taken you. The scavenger had taken his ears. They were valuable on something called the black market, and Hikaru had been unlucky. His precious ears, his one defining feature as an elf, had been replaced with blue glowing metal filaments that whirled softly against the bones of his skull. The anger bubbled just underneath those mechanics, anger at his disfigurement, at the men who likely made themselves rich by stealing what was rightfully his, at his own hesitation. But this man had saved his life. If it weren't for these mechanical ears, he wouldn't be able to hear. Okay, no, that's not true. The part that allows you to hear, it's on the inside, it's not the outside. Like, you can still hear perfectly even if you cut off the outside part. It's very bad because you could have your ear more easily damaged, but the inner canal is still there. So yeah, I know that these are teenagers who don't know better and probably didn't sit down to do a lot of research because it's 2003, but please, that's the bare minimum. I'm gonna be an asshole about that kind of thing. I'm just gonna help it. It's what happens when you get training to doing a lot of research for writing. It's like, no, child, that's not how ears work. Do your research. Go check an anatomy book. They're there. I promise you they're there. Also, this is just reminding me of that part of Hunter x Hunter with Kurapika, like the red eyes. It's just like, yeah, red eyes, great for the black market. And I'm just like, really, elf ears? Elf ears, like eyes I can see. I feel like the preservation of an eye is a lot easier than the preservation of an ear, because of the nature of cartilage. But I would need to check, actually. That's the one thing that I don't know. If it's easier to preserve like an eye than a piece of cartilage. Because that's all that ears are. It's just cartilage and skin. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to think about it. I think cartilage is... Well, eyes are more delicate, but I think that cartilage is easier to, like, you know, damage in the sense of, like, in the process of, like... Wait, no, but, like, you have to see mummies. Mummies lose their eyes, so... Well, but eyes also are put in, like, they're not preserved in any way, that you're not expected to keep them as a mummy. I'm gonna have to do some actual research on this. God forbid, I need to do research now. Anyway, yeah, no, you couldn't hear, except you totally could, you just would have looked weird. And so things was clearly in order. He had taken to bringing him this strange bean juice, hashtag bean juice, in the morning. It seemed to please him. He was always perkier after he drank it. Hashtag bean juice. Please tell me that he has like a mug, like a coffee mug that says bean juice. God, I want a coffee mug that says bean juice. I want one that says hashtag bean juice, like fully, like just like, yeah, it's not just bean juice, it's the hashtag bean juice. Thank you. You're welcome. An awkward pause. Saya stared at Hikaru, who simply stared blankly back. I will be downstairs in a moment. Okay. He didn't move. Please leave. Oh. After he was sure he left, Isaiah downed the coffee and donned his long coat, a patchwork of denim, suit, clever, and other scraps. That sounds like a mess. Mostly because like the difference in weight of each material sounds like a pain in the ass to deal with. I guess you can depends on how you patchwork it, but like I wouldn't say that clever and other materials have like similar like the weight of the fabric does play a level of like what's the word that I'm looking for? Like it plays a part on the entire thing, and that sounds I don't know. Something about it just doesn't vibe with me. The garment had at one point been all leather. Well, it's heavy material, so maybe that would be fine. But over time had so many modifications and repairs it was scarcely recognizable as such. A veritable Theseus ship, much like Isaiah himself. I was about to make a Theseus ship comment. God damn it! They cut me! They cut me and my thinking process! He walked down the stairs to meet the waiting elf at the door. Where are we going today, Saya? Today we will be going to an auction. Boring. Caro, a crystalline fuchsia core is nowhere near the definition of boring. They were rare even in the black market trade, and crystalline metals even rarer. In his 20 plus years living in Nova City, he'd only seen one other, and he was outbid at the last minute for it. He could get his hands on that fusion core, he would no longer need to rely on battery power, and some of the delicious upgrades he'd been dreaming of would be all within his grasp. He had to have it. Obsidian will be there? Likely. I finally get to meet him. They, Isaiah corrected. Obsidian is neither male nor female. They are a deity, a look above. Can you not find someone else to do? Obsidian was the consulate's royal guard. They had a nasty habit of leaving trails of bodies wherever they went. They too had been a cybernetically enhanced human much like himself, but had transcended their humanity into something different, hashtag different. I am a great warrior, I must complete the ritual. Right. In the same way he was fixated on meditation, so was Hikaru on dueling. It must be some cultural thing he didn't understand. Hikaru smiled at him, knowing that he wouldn't smile back. He figured people here simply had less range of expressions than his people had back home. It was a cultural thing he didn't understand. Let's go, Isaiah. And then they went. And probably caused trouble for everyone. And no one on my buddy list. Alright. I probably should pause. Yay. Write a cool breathing introduction. Write a sweet heroine introduction. I mean, we're supposed to be charming. I'll read it once we finish writing though. That's probably gonna be easier for everyone. Mostly for me. You know, I know that music is expensive, but I wish this has like an internal like music player and it looked like Winamp. I feel like that would enhance the experience. It's like it's a music player and also it looks like fucking Winamp. Maybe with like 2 skins, 3 skins. That would be hilarious. I feel like that's the right vibe. Okay, let's see. Oh, let's read. Thin lips pulled a drag from a cigarette, tobacco smoldering into ash. A light man sat at the corner of the bed in a gut-out motel room. It looked more like a sweater hovels than a motel, and the abandoned cars in the Tesla parking lot were proof that few actually paid for rooms in this town. They did as they pleased. For Eitan, paying meant privacy, and there was nothing more important to him than this. It was then that the receiver in his pocket began to buzz. He immediately flicked it open and took another long pull. Morning glory, I presume? Yep. This is like one letter away from just being the goddamn... like the orphanage in Yakuza. The boss on the other end was rough and gravelly. I'll get to the point. I need someone taken care of. This is what you might call a sensitive issue. All issues are sensitive. A political issue. Someone's been bombing towns in Jordania. One minute they think they found the person or group responsible, but those people tend to go missing soon after. City states never get along, but well, tensions are strained, people are starting to talk, saying it's an act of terrorism against Jordanian from Nova City. He then tapped out his cigarette into an ashtray. You're from New Novan Consulate, I presume? An interested party? Sure. Can't have the government sticking their nose into Jordanian terror ops without raising a few eyebrows. You catch on well. He sighed. So, no tracks, no clear identity. Seems like an investigation to me. Call a detective, not an assassin. We'll pay you well. I won't do it any less than 1 mil. 3 million. Half now, half when you finish. He put his fingertips to his forehead. Negotiation wasn't supposed to work like that. I assume you want special terms? I need proof of death. A corpse, a head, a finger. I don't care. If it's an organization, kill the head. Cut all ties to your contacts in Terranova. Until you find your hit, you're not to associate with anyone who's Ardenians. For all intents and purposes, you are Ardenian. How long would he be away? The travel alone will take weeks, maybe months. Dealing with scavengers was always a problem, and he'd have to be on the job 24/7 until he found the bastard. However, the money was enough for her to live comfortably for the rest of her life. He could see to that. Yeah, I'll do it. You're a smart man. Or a desperate one, he thought, mentally noting down the receiver channel from which his client was calling. It would be useful later. After getting the requisite details from him, he stood, figuring the receiver closed. With a sigh, he dialed an all too familiar number. Honey? Mama, I'm going to have to disappear for a while. Don't you worry about me. I'll be home soon. Ah, yes. Fucked up men who love their mothers. Classy. Do I try another run of solitaire? Yes. I will do it. I will complete a solitaire. Wait, come on. Alright, I can't. Right. Let's see. Up, up, up. You're rude. Just so you know, you're rude. 7. Shouldn't be allowed. Shouldn't be allowed to do this. Wait, no. I just put. Well. Oh, okay. Game. Oh, come on, it's not that large. Oh, wait, right, because I'm grabbing the 10. See, this is why I shouldn't play solitaire. I'm bad at it. Oh, also, I'm bad at it. Although, is there anyone who's good at solitaire when you think about it? Is that a thing? Are people actually good at video games, or are we are we just lying to each other? I think we are. I think we're all lying to each other in a way. It's funnier that way, if you ask me. Mm, mm. Okay, now I get. Come on. If you're wondering why you even doing this if you don't want to play solitary, because there's an achievement for it. There's an achievement for actually winning a game of solitaire. And legally speaking, I am obligated to do this because of the achievement. Wait. Okay, so I should have everything then. Five, six, seven. Boop. Wait, I need to search for the other ones. They're around here somewhere. Can't believe I actually did it. I won a solitaire. I've done it! My mortal enemy. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, come on. Boop. I won one game of solitaire. I am so smart. I'm just being dramatic. I've always been very bad at solitaire, so I did it! And I got an achievement for it. Yay. Boop. Now we can end the month. Yes, that was a short month. Now it's December. The holidays. Let's see, no new wallpapers, no new downloads. Chat, chat looks at what we know of. Let's see. Let's start with our blog. And let's make a new post. Almost winter break. It's December, almost time for the holidays and winter break and finals. Write about school, write about family, write about roleplay. I mean, it's your personal blog, girl. Also, you can the Final Fantasy 7 yaois. I'm losing it at the. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I'm sorry. It's just funny. It's just funny to me. I remember. I remember. Anyway, right about school. Gotta finish up everything before the break. I don't know why teachers always assign practically all the work right on top of finals. It's almost as if they all talk to each other and plot our demise. It's almost as if they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Oh. Hi, cherry person. I'll answer you in a sec. I'm in the middle of a very important blog post. We had a group discussion in our history class about the Vietnam War. The guy in my class said that the Vietnam War and the Iraq War are basically the same thing. What the US did in Vietnam was pretty bad, but it's different. 9/11 happened, so we're trying to prevent something like that from happening again. Saddam Hussein is a pretty bad dude, right? Oh, child, it's not that you're wrong, but I cannot begin to explain how much you're gonna look back to saying something like that and then think, God, I was dumb. I think everyone's scared. We worried Iraq might end up being the same as Vietnam, where no sides win and nothing is resolved. It's funny. A lot of people died. Mostly brown people. Well, Americans also died, but also Iraq wasn't even the one at fault. Also, for the record, which I find kind of funny, a lot of actual people who know more about like geopolitics and history than me usually say that the Vietnam War, like sincerely, like people are like kind of like, oh, no sides won and nothing is resolved, and it's like, no, the US had to leave because they couldn't deal with it. And France told them before they went to Vietnam, they were kind of like, hey, dudes, with a French accent, hey, maybe you shouldn't like go to Vietnam. Like we tried it and it didn't work out. It was kind of a mess. You shouldn't do that. You're gonna find yourself in trouble. And the US was like, fuck you, we're gonna do it anyway. What the fuck do the French know? Even though even though France had the best military in history up until the Franco-Russian Prussian War. That was the moment when France kind of fell off as like a military power, but up until then, it was considered the best military in the world. Um, little bits of history from yours truly. But technically, the Vietnam War, because the U.S. had to retire from the country. Like, it's not that no sides won. Quite the contrary, the U.S. lost because they had to leave because they couldn't win. That's said, like that's just American propaganda that did no like did the things that they did in Vietnam and all of that area of Asia, like were those horrifying, and then they took years to recover, which in a lot of ways they haven't recovered yet, even though it's been how long again, like more than 6 years, like around that. No, well, maybe less, like 40. Still, that's a long time. I'm so bad with dates. Yeah, that is true. But on the other hand, the US had to leave. If you leave because your war is not sustainable anymore, you lost the war. Like that's like, I know that this is like an American teenager with absolutely no point of reference of what was gonna happen in the future, and probably their head half filled with propaganda from a school system that is not particularly good about admitting to the country's own war crimes. But also, I hate to break this to anyone, if your country has to leave because your war is unsustainable, you lost. You lost. The United States didn't win the Vietnam War, but also it's not a no sides win situation. That's just how it is. Like, I'm not pulling this out of my ass. Like, actual people who know about history kind of argue about this, but a lot of people do say, yeah, no, dude, if you had to leave. But yeah, kind of. Politics. Hashtag politics. Anyway, I read in our history class we tested on our discussions, not memorized dates. What am I gonna use that for anyway? Well, back to studying. If you get a good grade, it'll be a miracle. So pray for a miracle. Oh, kid, you're gonna look back to your life and gonna be so disappointed. I say that, it's a fictional character, but also, wouldn't be surprised. I've seen people like that. Hi. How's it going? I'm here to apply for the roleplay community. Is this right? Yes, that's right. Terranova? You have time to take my application? Of course! Let's start with a few questions. What's your account name? Cherry go round, same as my chat. Okay. I'll be Slayers. Oh boy, a Slayers fan. Oh, Slayers was good. Slayers was good. Anyway, I'll get to reading your stuff in a second, like a pervert. I mean, like a stalker. I mean, there's no way to salvage that. I'll stop. Excellent, thanks. What's your original character? That's a lot of waiting that we're doing. His name is Dominic Gonzalez. Ash gray eyes, dyed blonde hair, Puerto Rican. He's got a slight figure and a nervous personality. He's hiding something from the rest of the world that he never wants to see the light of day. Abu Dhabi. Funnies? It's funnies. If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise. God damn it! I want to know the funnies. Okay, okay. Who do they feel in the world Terranova? What job do they do? God, I really want to win up music player for this game. Like, it would be so fitting if there was like a win up music player like right on the corner. He's a priest in a church called the Order of the Hand. He helps sick people after the fall. A lot because people need something to live in the post-apocalyptic aftermath, but also because the Order of the Hand controls a fair amount of trade supply in the western regions. Many of them are refugees. Should he be aligned with Ordania then, and specifically the parish, huh? Yes, that's what I was thinking. Did you ever read about the lore of the roleplay? Unlike some people who can't be bothered. Touch a bad nerve? Nah, it's no big deal. Well, I did my homework. Appreciate it. Man, we're still salty about the Sandaria, huh? How much time can you commit to the community per week? I'm free most nights and weekends. But one thing, my mom is pretty restrictive on my internet access. Sometimes I'll peace out for a few days if she gets too nervous. Sorry about that. It shouldn't matter too much as long as it's a couple of days. We're gonna have like a very depressing storyline with this person disappearing for like a month and then finding out like something terrible about their family. I can feel it in my bones. Like it's always like that. No worries. Thanks for that info. Shall we do a little role play test? Okay. Ready? We can use these for any other character OC chat. Okay, let's do this. Oh, like all the times. Role playing in a chat service. God, I miss that. The last time I role played, I was using Skype. God. Fucking Skype. Shitty ass service. I want to wait until you finish writing, sweetie. Let's see. Let's read. He was alone, standing in the middle of the apocalypse. He looked so small. He knelt down to clasp a charred hand sticking up from the rubble. Con Dios, he whispered. I hope God finds you here. A shudder ran through him when he let go. His curly blonde hair blew in the coarse-smelling air. He was sent here to find survivors, but so far he only found corpses. The bomb had gone off earlier in the afternoon with little warning. The Hunt sent him off to scout the area alone before sundown. He sighed. It would take him an hour or so to walk back to camp, and there wasn't a lot of daylight remaining. He wanted to release the Hand and turned his attention to any supplies he could scavenge. Best to help the living. Really, we're gonna do the horror, oh god, the hand just clenched situation? That would be, honestly, that would be hilarious. I love that kind of freaky shit. Okay. Well, you're right. The chair hand he had just let go of suddenly, well, Carol. Please, I'm trying to read. The chair hand he had let go of suddenly clenched, gripping onto the priest's wrist securely. Not yet. A mumble came from the surrounding rocks. The man was scagged with soil and blood, but through the priest could probably see wispy strands of black with deep blue strands crawling up his head, like some sort of wild animal. He looked disoriented and strange, almost as if he had taken some sort of drug. Ah, Dios mío! He quickly salvaged the damage. Another arm broken, legs buried under some rubble, face bloody. How long would this survivor last? He didn't know. Take a deep breath. I'm going to give you water now. Can you move? He knelt down beside him and pressed his water pouch to his lips. Man, what a mess. chuckled, slurring his words. This was an annoying and unexpected development, he thought. For all his preparations, he must have made some sort of mistake. Yeah, you don't say. Okay, you're gonna keep writing, so... Might as well, check my RSS. Let's see, if you haven't already, check Terranova. Also, happy holidays! Thanks, Effie. This is from Sandaria. I'll check on Cherry in a second. People wouldn't get this looking at me because I'm too cute, but I love reading. I know. Hello, Ned. I used to read like a ton of Tolkien when I was a kid. I love that you could just fall into a fantasy world and literally breathe the fresh air of the Shire or Rivendell. It felt so real, you know? I don't talk about it that much to people because I always get look like what? You? Yeah, me. I don't look like it. I know. I'm not a real nerd. Right now, when I'm at school, I'm studying Japanese so I can get a job modeling and hopefully being on TV. My friend Steph told me she knows someone here who got into TV and even got to hang out with Morning Musume. 44 kilograms, that's what my medicine says is the ideal. That's a size that's easy to hug. That's 96 pounds for you US people. Anyway, I'm currently working towards that. I know, humble dreams, right? What was I talking about? Oh yeah, Japan. For those of you who ever come to Japan, come see me. I would love to meet you. Oh god, you're the one who has the disorder eating slash eating disorder backstory slash storyline, don't you? You're the one who's gonna have a lot of issues with that. Oh boy. Oh boy, there's always one. There's always one. That's gonna affect me a little bit. That's gonna make me a little emotional. Okay. Let's read your post for a second. Lower redux. Kid, please. Okay, my last post was trash, so let's try this again. I'm Cherry, not my real name. I like not in any particular order. Drawing, anime, yaoi, chilling with my friends. My mom's home named Pastelon. Yo, you would too if you taste it. Pastelon? Wait. I actually need to... Because that sounds familiar, but... where is my, where's my phone? Thank you. That's a problem. I'm pretty sure that's Mexican food. When you're Latin American, but you're not a Latin American who tends to be represented in video games made by people from the US, and you're just like... Okay, I kind of vaguely think that... Oh, okay. Oh, no, wait, it's Dominican and Puerto Rican. Okay, fair. It's not Mexican. That was my mistake. I'm also being an asshole about it. Oh, yeah, but we do... Like, it's just like, yeah, no, it's just like a potato, like, cake. Well, cake. It's like... It's closer, maybe, to, the way you make, like a meat pie. Like, yeah, it's kind of like a meat pie with, like, potato. Which, now that I think about it, meat pie also has potato. Maybe that. I just like moving, school, not art class though, and stupid people. Don't we all? The upside of moving around is that I meet lots of different people. I keep in touch with friends through online chat rooms and stuff. This is how my young virginal mind was polluted by sinful Japanese culture. Hashtag vaguely racist, even though you're not trying to be racist, I think. The internet is amazing, haha. My friends at my current school have this Lime journal, so they told me I gotta get one too. I don't know if I have anything interesting to say here, but I'll try to post my art more. I'm gonna give this a shot. Bye for now. Okay, I finally got one of these blog thingies. Hi, Melissa. Hi, Remy. Hi, Alonso. I don't know how to put your names as a link, but here I am. Will you stop bothering me now? Intro. I'm a nobody from a school I'll probably transfer to in the next few years. I heard positive people get friends. I'm going to try to be one of those. I'm trying to I'm trying to think why they would move around a lot. I'm going to assume that it's military parents kind of situation. Like that's what would make the most sense in this context. Like your dad's in the military, you're like a military brat. Like I don't know much about it because I'm not from the United States, but I know the general concept of like parents who like live by the base they work or in the base, so the family just moves around with them. Okay, let's continue this. He took the man's laughter as an indication of shock. He seemed awake, but otherwise kind of messed up. You're probably in a lot of pain right now, he said. But we must move these rocks off you before nightfall. Otherwise, well, just come with me. He gingerly put him onto the sled full of supplies. They were a bit overloaded, but if he pushed, he could make it back home. They clattered along together in silence. He couldn't believe he'd been stupid enough to be picked up by a priest, likely from the yeah, I was gonna say, like, for a moment I thought he'd say likely one from the parish, but likely from the parish. He reached for his cigarettes in his pocket, but found they were gone. Could this day get any worse? Yes, it could. He smiled charitably. After days of returning with bodies, he'd finally saved someone. What is your name? Ethan, you. You know you could have said that in a single sentence, right, sweetie? I'm so annoying about that kind of shit. Father Gonzalez, priest at the Order of the Hand, he replied as they rolled roughly over the rubble and brush. I'm here to save survivors from the bombings. Wait, is that a reference to Faith? Was this? I need to check dates, but I'm pretty sure that this the priest that is in episode 2 and 3 of Faith, I think his last name is Gonzalez too. I think. Is that a reference to Faith? It would be funny if it was. Oh damn, I'm already going to hell, so don't start with me, father. He chuckled. Is there any concept of like hell and heaven by that point? Is religious really like based on Christianity in this world? Just asking for a friend, the friend is me. Just out of curiosity, because like, you know, after the apocalypse and everything. Ah, I need my water. This is gonna leave me with a sore throat. Though I'll take it as practice, because if I ever wanna play like, I don't know, Fata Morgana on stream, which would be an emotional roller coaster and me just suffering through narration for 10 hours easily, I'm gonna need to I'm gonna need to work out the I'm gonna need to work out the Booker codes. Dominic Inwell's sign. He had encountered people like this before, so whatever you like, God cares for all his children. Boy, did he want those cigarettes right now. I'm not having this conversation. You and I come from different worlds. Suddenly his ears picked up, startled by a soft sound. Do you hear that? Actually, while we're at it, we didn't make a post. Yeah, we didn't make a post here. Can I make a post on Terranova? I can. For that, how about some roleplay with a new recruit? God damn it, game! I wanted to have fun! You took away from me my fun. Bitch. Bitch. I am so salty right now. That's such a rude thing to say. Someone's here. He crouched low and looked for the source of the noise. There was a scavenger peeking through the rubble, holding a machete. His mouth bore scars of someone consistently eating inedibles, pieces of can, plastic wrap, anything he could get to make the hunger pangs go away. He was staring daggers at the both of them. Dominic made the sign of the cross and addressed the newcomer. We're not looking for any trouble here. You're from the other of the Han, aren't you? The scavenger seated, inching closer. Conarty, screw you! He bared his rotting teeth at the both of them. Ethan raised his head, opening one eye lazily. Gotta move on, run. We ain't got time, and I ain't got my smokes. So this is gonna end badly for you. Oh boy! Lol, let's see what baby can do. Dominic, I'm not baby. Ethan pats on the head. These two are gonna fuck. I have decided that these two are gonna fuck. Maybe not like for any positive reason, but they're gonna fuck. I've decided this. The blonde's voice grew cold. Please don't make me hurt you. And what are you gonna do about it? Ethan, I'm sorry. What? He raised an eyebrow in confusion. What was that boy thinking? You know, violence. Obviously. Duh. This is for your own good, okay? His voice rose, cracking. Before the other could move to stop him, he used the cross around his neck to hit Ethan over the head and knock him out cold. Oh snap. He saw the blonde take his cross, and in one swift motion, his head was filled with blinding white light. He slumped over the side of the cart. You know, when you pass out, you don't see white, you usually see black. I say this as a person who has in fact passed out. Usually, like, it rings in your ears and then you go black. Like, that's just, like, your eyes stop working, basically. Or you close your eyes in the process. Like, usually you just see black. Let's see. The priest took his cross, his cross hanging over Ethan's unconscious body. He was alone. Dominic took shoulders hunched. Run, I don't want to have to hurt you. The scavenger began to laugh as he advanced onto the both of them. It was in that moment that he noticed the priest's eyes, infinite darkness. He paused. What the hell are you? Run. His eyes brimming with tears. Run, I can't control it without... It was interrupted by a long squelching sound, the sound of heavy breathing, and a chill blood-curdling scream. Afterwards, the sound of grinding and crunching and more heavy breathing. Ugh, my mom just called me. If you have to go, it's okay. No, just wait a sec. I'll finish up. Okay. Trembling, Dominic's human hand, shaking, slid the cross from Ethan's neck. God, thank you for protecting him with your eternal light, he gasped, holding his hands over his face. And forgive me. Please forgive me. Cherry, mass happens with you or without you, she's laying it thick low. So glad my parents are agnostic. Can we trade? I gotta go. Sorry, I hope that's enough for my application. Yep, we'll pick this back up soon. Go, see ya. Wait, mass at 6 p.m.? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Okay. Effie. Hey, are you still up? Finals are fun. I'll assume that's a no. Well then. Hey, Sandaria. Oh. She's probably asleep right now. Well, she is in Japan. This is still appearing for me, and yet it's not doing anything. Maybe it's for later. Okay. Alrighty. Back to terranova post. I just finished. What are you talking about? Like, it's still giving me like I need to write something, but I'm clicking and I'm pressing the space bar and I'm pressing enter and it's not doing anything. That's weird. Hey, whoa. That's super weird though. It's not working. I guess I'm gonna check the other post until then. Oh, there you are. Oh! 3 hours and 20 minutes of mass. Oh god, you're... Wait! Oh no, are your parents evangelicals? Oh no, I have a bad feeling about this. I have such a bad feeling about this kid. Oh no. Oh no. Oof. Oof. Whoa, what a cliffhanger. I was just about to message you after 3 hours. Thank you, thank you. Anyway, I'd like to officially welcome you to Terranova. Oh my god, thank you. Go ahead and make a post in the community that says hello and describes Dominique. Yeah, no problem. Can't wait for all of the drama to actually happen. So, if I can make a request, I was really getting into our initial roleplay. Would you be okay if we continue that thread for the community? Of course. Remind me where we were. It's been like 3 hours and 20 minutes. Dominic, you see Ethan with a crucifix. Alright, I'm gonna fast forward to the next day. Okay. Well, before we do that, might as well just read this person's thing. Okay. Altogether, 18, silver string, Ardenia, archery, hunting, charisma, good, hearing skills, survival skills, super sensitive to noise, loneliness, clinginess, but baby. God, 2003 role-playing was really a thing. Appearance. He has curly dark brown hair and gray eyes. He's thin, bunny, and his skin is pale. His ears have been replaced by Isaiah, thank you, with mechanical implants that twitch as he senses things around him. He wears a long hooded cloak, which underneath he hides his deadly bow. Bows are not even that deadly, unless you hit someone in the head. He never takes off the cloak, as it's a sin to his god, Isra. He's generally very confident and sassy. He bravely rushes into any situation and tries to help others to the best of his ability. He doesn't understand electricity and thinks he's weird. I mean, I don't understand electricity either, but that's because I'm dumb. That's just because I'm dumb. I don't know how a lot of things work. One of the youngest in his clan in Jordania, he goes out on an amazing adventure to become one of Israel's strongest warriors. His resourcefulness and courage brought him across the chasm to the capital city, Nova City, where he intends to duel its strongest warrior and collect a trinket from them. He's been collecting trinkets from duels for over a year, and he's a really, really good archer. I hope I'm not spoiling anything. He has terranova modification to his bow and his ears. Isaiah saved him from a deadly scuffle with Nova City poachers who took his beautiful ears to sell on the black market. Again, this just feels like a gigantic Hunter x Hunter reference, except Kurapika is a much likable, is a much more likable character. He's silly. Isaiah made him new mechanical ears that hear super well, so he can hear things from a long way away. He also have augmented his bow to fire electric arrows. What? Which we'll talk about later. We got lots of plans for that. I mean, paralyzing arrows are a thing. Fire arrows are a thing. I guess if you had a metal arrow with a system inside, you could like cause them to like create an electrical discharge. So that makes sense. But it's silly. He looks up to his elder clansmen, and specifically his sister, as she is a high knight of Isra and is very well respected in his clan. He sees them as the people who he wants to be, nay, surpass, and he's gonna do it. Child, on the one hand, you would be the kind of role player that if I was in a role playing community at this point in my life, I would probably find extremely annoying, and if I was the age I was in 2003 would exactly be the kind of role player that I would be. But I'll be honest, I can't hate you because I know you're gonna have so many like eating disorders in the future. Like I can see the subtext here. Like I can see it, and it makes me sad. But that's pretty fucked up. It's gonna get so fucked up. Video games. Let's see. That's a continuation of the last one. Saya was back in his flat, hurriedly shoving his screwdriver belt into a backpack. The lights were out, and Hikaru was crouching underneath the window, keeping an eye on Obsidian, who was prowling just outside, throwing their sword down the pavement with a high-pitched grating. With a high-pitched grating. Okay. I could go out there and duel them. Hikaru, no, please. Your dueling is what got us into this mess in the first place. Saya had indeed found what he was looking for at the auction house, lot 3, right where Obsidian was standing, their arms folded over their chests and piercing amber eyes clocking every person who walked by. He was certain their optics were connected to a criminal database, likely to keep tabs on who was bidding. Ironic that the consulate would be concerned about cores falling into the wrong hands, but not about selling them to fill their pockets. Paddle in hand, Isaiah tentatively stepped up to view the core. It was lovely in every regard. The way the platinum shell curved its way around the crystal like a serpent, the way it hummed with the sound of the universe, the way the neon blue center pulsated off and flickered like a heart. He knew he'd drawn too close to it when he heard a grunt and snapped his head up to see Obsidian staring dead at him. He shrunk away. The sound of an arrow whizzing past his head and pinging off Obsidian's black armor surprised them both. Isaiah's blood froze in his veins. Standing at the far end of the auction hall was Hikaru, who was knocking another arrow onto his compound bow. For the love of... Couldn't he challenge them after he had gotten the core? Patron started to scream and float for the exit. He's got a weapon! If they hadn't noticed him then, they noticed now. Obsidian dodged another arrow, the red spidery veins that were crawling across their armor sizzling and sparking with electricity. Isaiah knew what would come next. You gotta watch out! As he spoke, Obsidian brought her latched sword down onto the floor of the auction house, and a bolt of crimson lightning ripped its way through the floor tiles, nearly severing Hikaru's arm as he ducked behind a pillar. This elf is an idiot. The lightning shocked the auction house, pitching the crystalline fusion core forward and shattering its glass box. Saya took the opportunity in the chaos to dive under the boot and catch the core in his hands. He was shaking as he looked up to see Obsidian angrily turn toward him, their armor spraying a shower of sparks. Thief! Stealing from the New Novan consulate is grounds for capital punishment! We are so fucked. Saya's eye followed with dread Obsidian's sword raised above their head, bringing down upon thin air. Hikaru had close-lined Obsidian, sending them sprawling onto the floor in a flurry of sparks. Isaiah scrambled to his feet and did the only thing he could think of. Grab Hikaru's hand and drag him toward the exit. Come on, not before I finish this! Hikaru's eyes were determined and cold. When officers were pouring into the auction house, holding their signature electric blue tasers. Oh, really, tasers? No, there are too many of them. Saya. But Saya wasn't having any of it. He picked up the thin, fragile creature of flesh and blood who had nearly been severed in two and slung him over his shoulder to make their escape. Gay. They were back in Isaya's flat. Hikaru was staring outside the window. Searchlight streamed through the window and they both shrank into the shadows. Soon they'd find them both, and that would be it. Saya could imagine them clamping his cold, clammy wrist into the electric chair. Oh, come on, we're in a post-apocalyptic world and they're gonna waste, money on using an electric chair to, capital punish people? No, electricity is costly. Capital punishment is already costly. Just stab them, forehead? If you wanna save money, killing people for the state, which I don't agree with, but you could do. Just stab them, forehead. Literally just stab them. That's the solution. I'm stronger than Obsidian, Don't you believe me? Hikaru said. Isaiah thought back to dragging Hikaru off the dirty streets of Nova City, his face bloody and bruised. He thought back to the hours he spent beside him, installing those precise instruments. How could one so delicate and fragile possibly be stronger than Obsidian, the peak of cybernetic enhancement? Well, I don't know. Do you know the finale of, what's the game? Cyberpunk, where you fight this overly cyber enhanced piece of shit. Yeah, like that. It was impossible by all stretches of logic. I'm sorry, Hikaru. They trudged side by side wordlessly into the Terranova desert. Hikaru was ignoring Isaiah, who was staring off into the distance. Brazilian and their goons were probably searching his place right now, confiscating all his hard-won tech to be used to buy the consulate's steak dinners. He felt numb. Years of work, of collecting, of building and constructing and enhancing and perfecting, gone in an instant. He snapped out of his reverie when he noticed Hikaru was no longer by his side. He was squatting down next to a mesquite bush and using his thin branches to start a small fire. "Hikaru, what are you making? You bean juice now?" He couldn't hide the exasperation in his voice. They were fugitives. They knew no one consulate could find them at any time. Hikaru looked up at him. "Well, it always cheers you up, so I thought maybe." "Oh." His frustration melted into remorse. This is what friends did for each other. "Most people do not like to stay long around me," he admitted, "on account of my face." He drew his fingers across the deadened muscles. There were times he regretted attempting facial mods when he was but an early practitioner of grafting. Now his face no longer registered expressions, and no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to link the muscles in his face to the skin above. His face put people on edge. It was hard to talk to a mannequin, they would say. "Oh, come on, that's hardly a mannequin." "Mannequins at least don't talk you back. Now that would be freaky, if mannequins talked you back." Hikaru scrubbed his face. From the time he left Silver Spring, he'd been alone. Nova City wasn't the first time the crap had been beaten out of him, though this was the worst he'd had it so far. He'd been alone all those times before, too, but now Isaiah was here, and he was no longer alone. And if he was being honest with himself, he didn't want to go back. "If we're gonna be proper heroes, we'd murder Margate official," he did in front of him, taking Isaiah's hands in his. Isaiah could say with full certainty he was not expecting to be proposed to. He must be missing some cultural nuance. If his biomechanical face could blush, it would probably be doing that right now, gay. I'm sorry, I told you I did not believe you," he said haltingly. Hikaru obviously prized his strength and independence, and he realized just how cruel his words had been. Hikaru grinned. "All the more reason to prove my worth to you. Just you wait. I'll be the strongest hero you've ever seen. And every hero needs a sidekick." Dude, 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 um, dude. "So will you, what, be my sidekick, for like a while?" Did he just make a friend? A real friend? Yes, I believe I would like that. Nice. Anyway, back to our roleplay. Okay, let's start there, and then we'll move to reading. Okay. You're right. Ethan woke with a start to the sound of church bells. He grabbed at the sheets, a cold sweat on his forehead. Another nightmare. "Well, you found me." Blood on his hands. "Are you happy now?" he groaned. From his side he heard chattering, and one called, "Father, he's awake!" Dominic appeared in the doorway. He looked concerned as he stood over the bed, his arms crossed. "How are you feeling?" Still a little disoriented, he tried to sit up, but fell back down in pain. He looked from one side to the other. One of his arms was in a cast. Someone had cut off his bloodied clothes and cleaned him. Hot. Dominic averted his eyes with a blush. "I'll get your shirt." Ah, yes, the gay priest archetype. Classic thing to be written by a child of deeply religious parents who is probably queer. That's the vibe that I'm getting here. As he grabbed a linen tunic off a hook and handed it to him, he asked, "How is your memory? You hit your head pretty bad, and by that I mean I hit you with a crucifix pretty bad." Ethan closed his eyes and put a finger to his temple. He thought he remembered a grinding, chewing noise. The smell of something metallic. Does seem unrelated, though. Not sure. I must have been more dehydrated than I thought. Relatable. He attacked us. He filled in. Thankful Ethan didn't remember. We were able to get away, though. Lost most of the supplies. What he left out was him coming to the church parish covered in blood, and head priest Castellano sighing, stealing him away to the stone sinks in the back to wash away his sin. God has put a curse on you. You must show your devotion to him to rid you of this unspeakable darkness you have. Okay, very clearly gay priest who might or might not be a werewolf or something similar. Played by a person who's definitely has way too religious parents and is probably queer, who probably self-flagellates. So I'm going to assume that you're the character who has this self-harming storyline. I'm just picking them up like this. I'm very good at this. I was in role-playing forums, so I know what it's like. Ethan slowly, awkwardly put on the shirt. No thanks, he said. I owe enough, father. Call me Dominic, he said with a kind smile. If you don't believe, it doesn't make sense to address me formally. I mean, I could be queer about this, or I could just I could be queer about this. I wanna be queer about this. Ethan reached over to caress his hand seductively, a smirk on his face. Dominic then, far better than Father Gonzalez. Is it? His grey eyes widened and he blushed. He seemed to be looking at the floor more often now. Oh yes. Gay. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Dude, you can't start praying in the middle of like getting seduced by a man. That's bad even for you. Extremely gay priest. He suddenly perked up. Ah, you must be starving. Let me get you something. He came back wearing clean water and a few morsels of fresh raisin bread. Ethan's eyes widened. He hadn't seen or tasted baked bread in years. Most people ate protein packs. Anything fresh was relegated solely to the rich, and apparently the church. The extravagance set him on edge, but he wasn't going to complain. He'd just leave before Dominic got too churchy on him. Oh boy, too churchy. That's a good one. When he bit into the bread, a low moan escaped his throat involuntarily. Oh boy, that was good. He watched Ethan with curiosity. Where had he come from? What had he done to think he was irredeemable from the eyes of the Lord? Killed a lot of people. He looked down, if that was true. The moan caused him to shiver uncomfortably and pushed the water into his hands. I made it myself. Thumbs up. How did Dom get into the Order of the Hand anyway? Just out of curiosity. He was inducted into the order when he was really young, so I don't think it was his choice, really. Is he brainwashed? No, it's not like that. I think he does believe because it's all he knows, but I think he also believes because he's seen God's miracles. Huh, can you explain more? What, explain the religion to an atheist? I promise I'll keep an open mind. Yeah, like, you can explain, like, you know, conceptually, like, what that means. It's hard to explain if you've never been exposed to it. A lot of atheists see Catholics as just stupid or... Okay, so you are a Catholic. It's just stupid or like once they realize the folly of their ways, they'll become atheists. But sometimes it doesn't work like that. I think even if I were an atheist, I'd still believe in God. Come on, I'm not going to lobby against gay marriage or something like that. I'm pretty lax when it comes to that stuff. Honey, I'm pretty sure that you're gay. And you're just having a... I have a feeling this is the character who's gonna have a crisis of faith. Because it's like, oh no, I'm gay, and my parents are terrible about it. Maybe leaving the church is better even though I still believe in God. You know what I mean? Big on prayer. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm not a Catholic, but I'm definitely not an atheist. I mean, it's fine. A lot of people are agnostic. I would argue most people that even call themselves Catholics are just agnostic because they don't actually do half the things that Catholics do. Like, they don't go to church. Like, a lot of people who process a religion do not actually do half the shit that they're supposed to do per their religion, so... Arguably. Sorry, that feels too personal. No, don't worry about it. It's incredible, he chuckled, his brown eyes warm. That must be why the owner keeps you around. Damn, they keep me as a baker. I'm not good as a priest. He cast his eyes down and smiled in thanks. When he opened his mouth, the church bell began to chime and he jumped. Ah, I'm sorry, I must be going. Prayer is beginning. Bring more bread! He called after him playfully and then settled back down onto the bed. What a weird guy. An awkward bread priest. Okay, I know that it says bread, but also I could read it the other way that it sounds and it would be funny. Well, it would be funnier. That priest makes bread, but also that priest has been bred, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. That reminds me, I need to get to my priest AU. He traced his fingers over his lips and smirked. If this were a different situation, say a bar or a smoky back alley, he'd want to put his hands over his mouth and make him pray to God in a different way, if you know what I mean. That's what she said, etc., etc., etc. But this was a church, and he was obviously his charge. I hate to break this to you, but a lot of horrible things happen in church of that kind. So, well, horrible. Let's just say that there's a lot of books written about the things that priests and nuns in training get into while they're, well, in training. He shook his head. When he was well, he'd get back to the rubble and pick up some important things he'd buried. He needed them to continue his job. This was just a bit of a hiccup. Okay, let's wrap up for tonight. I'll post this to Terranova. Thanks. In the meantime, I'm gonna update the roleplay. Nathan's gonna split. Why you leave? Stay. Sorry, baby, I got places to be. What a player. Yeah. Well, homework calls, so I'm going to head out too. But if you leave 8, then Dom's gonna come after you. I look forward. See you. See ya. Aww. Oh, Sundari's back. Wait, let me finish this. What kind of homework are you doing? Amora said it when you call them a moron. JD Salinger. I mean, yeah. They hate it even if you weren't a moron. I'll talk more later. Boop. Wait. Boop. 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 A French goodbye, really? Why would you call that a French goodbye? Okay, but well, how gay do I want to make it? Pretty gay. I say, making it pretty gay. Alright. Let's read. Well, maybe let's deal with you and then we'll read. Hey, I'm sorry. Okay. I think we got off on the wrong foot last time we talked. I didn't mean to stir up anything bad. You tell me you're into Tolkien, so you're in Japan. How did you and Effie met? Become friends through mutual friends. It doesn't always work. Gosh, it was probably a few years back. She posted a pic of herself wearing a dress in a Gotti Lolita forum. I'd never seen it before, so I asked her where she got it. And you know what she said? She made it. She's been sewing since she was a kid. She's so super talented. God, I feel like I'm reading my notes in the fics that I post sometimes. And, well, we just started talking and connected on a bunch of things. First fashion, then anime, then roleplay. I think maybe it was the first time I really felt like someone got me. A lot of people can't see the real me. And the rest is history. That's really awesome. Effie deserves more friends who appreciate her creativity. Like, whoa, you're so talented, let's make stuff together. Not like, can I have one of those? Yeah, well, Effie keeps pretty talented friends too. I was studying in Open Terranova because you told me to, and I really love the way you write. Got so much yummy flavor. Aw, thanks. She tells me you're into Tolkien? Yeah. I don't have anyone to talk about it though. Why not? I heard you have a writing club where you write fanfic and stuff. I'm kinda jealous, TBH. I don't have those kinds of friends in real life. Surely there's none at your school. It's not that. Is that I don't look like a nerd? I wear pink, I have blonde hair. People just assume I'm not a real nerd. So I gave up on in real life. Long live internet friends! Man, that sucks. People shouldn't judge you by your appearance. Yeah, but they do. I mean, you're in Japan, and you're white. I assuming. Wait, are you an army brat? Like, I assumed Cherry was an army brat because the fact that they moved a lot. But you're in Japan and you're white in the early 2000s. So chances are that you could be the child of like a person stationed in Japan. Like they still have like the United States still has bases in Japan right now. If memory serves me right. So it's possible that it was like, you know, army person who moves their entire family in the process. That would explain why you're there. It wouldn't be that weird. Like I'm just trying to get the entire plot out of like snippets of information at this point. I've only been here 2 hours. So you're in Japan? Yes, living there. Dream. I'm jealous. I always wanted to visit. Though I do wonder if like I'm trying to figure this out. I already know that you're gonna have like eating issues. Like you're the character for what the warning about eating disorder discussions is there. Like I know that. I know it. I feel it in my bones for sale. Oh, if you're interested, you should check out my blog. I post recommendations there. If you ever come to Japan, I'll show you around. Nice, thanks. Hey, thanks. For what? Accepted me into Terranova. You didn't have to, but you did. Yeah, you're welcome. Glad to have you aboard. It was nice talking to you. I'm gonna get to school. Oh, that's right. It's daytime where you are. Yep. School is boring, but I'll see you tomorrow morning. See you. Bye for now. Good night, America. We'll talk more later. Effie? Oh, okay. Nothing from you, huh? I wonder. Oh, I can't end my month. Let's see. Well, things hadn't exactly turned out as he planned, had they? Was staring out the window, thinking about that cute priest, and after he was done, whether he could cajole him out of the parish for one night. Damn. He had a thing for unavailable people. Hashtag relatable. I am the worst about people who definitely shouldn't like me. The fact that people like me at all is a surprise because I always end up for people who are so not available. And Dominic was as unavailable as they came. A priest committed to God. If you could just get inside that pious mind of his and dirty him up just a little. Come on. He sighed, smacking himself on the forehead. Now wasn't the time to be fantasizing. He had a job, and it came with enough cash to buy any number of cuties. Eye on the prize, Aiton. Eye over the prize. He'd come to Ordania to find the infamous bomber, and yet turned up with no new leads. He'd followed these rumors to the chasm, the crack in the ground that split Ordania and Terranova, and then he'd gotten himself blown up, probably by the person he was looking for. Hilarious. Had been making tea when it happened, a brilliant bright white light, his teapot in pieces. His target was a not-so-secret admirer. He was pissed. Deadly crush or not, it was bad sportsmanship to try to murder a guy when he was getting his drink on. That is true. Like, that is true. Like, wait until the man has finished having his good times. like his drink, his food. Like it's like a last meal kind of thing. You wait until they're finished and then you murder them. That's a polite thing to do. And then he passed out. Thankfully, though, Thankfully, through Dominic, he'd found a safe passage to the barrage, but he left old Eta buried underneath the rubble, and if the scavengers took his prize rifle, boy, there'd be hell to pay. He wanted to rest, but every day away from Eta was a day spent worrying. He allowed himself until tomorrow evening, then time to get back to the hunt. His and his mother's livelihood depended on it. And nothing new on the RSS. I checked your stuff. And wait. Features not available because they're studying for finals, obviously. Let's try solitaire one more time. I won one, which is what I needed because... Oh. Okay. Like, I got the achievement that I won once, but also it would be funny if I won another time. In between months, I'll just play solitaire and realize that I'm very bad at it. Oh wait, I could have used... I've never been good at solitaire. I say that all the time, but it's true. Oh. God damn it. Okay, that's useful. That's also useful. That's very useful, actually. That's also useful. Come on. Dude. We... Okay, now I just need... that could work. The lack of twos is, worse. Here. Come on. I can move you. Don't fight me. Don't put me in this position. Now, is there another king that I can grab? This I can move here. Oh, there is one. Oh. Oh, I'm in trouble now. I think I screwed myself. Think I screwed myself. Well, maybe not. Haha, I'm free. I'm free. I'm slightly less free, I think. Okay. Okay, that's 8. Uh, what? What do you mean? What? What? No. Why are you not letting me grab that? Okay, that was weird. Wait, was it big? Did I grab a black one in? I don't think so. I think it was a red one. Wait. Come on. Oh. Come on, give me a 2. Oh, okay. We did it! I won solitaire again. Look, I'm just saying, I'm just really bad at it. I was never a good solitaire player. Wait, where's my... Oh, there you go. Boop, 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 boop. Come on. And... Yay! Nice. Now we can move on. Are you ready to end the month of December? Yes! Holidays! Wait. Oh, it's the end of the year. Happy New Year! Not yet, we still have 2 more hours to go. 15 minutes for me. Wait. Yeah, that would mean that you're on East Coast time. That's not Japan. I mean, you're on East Coast time? Yeah, I'm in Pennsylvania. Oh wait, no, you're not Sandaria. I'm silly. Why did I think you were Sandaria for a second? I'm dumb. Whoa, fancy like the Liberty Bell? I got confused. You're thinking of Philadelphia. This isn't it. That isn't that. It's in the middle of nowhere. Lol. Like, not next to anything remotely cool. I can't wait to get my driver's license and get out of here. I mean, I know what Pennsylvania is. I have no idea what the fuck is there, but... Like... When are you taking the test? Probably sometime next year, I think. Good luck. And why are you doing the computer? I could ask the same thing. My family is downstairs partying, so I've hidden out in my dark room until they inevitably find me and drag me back down. Partying? You know, like drinking and stuff. Your family drinks? Wait, there's alcohol in your house? Yeah, why? Do me a favor. Go get a glass of champagne right now. Sneak past your family. It's your mission. Okay. I'll grab mine. Are you the one with like alcoholism issues? Asking for a friend? The friend is me. I need to emotionally prepare myself for that, just saying. Toast with me. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Happy New Year. What do you think? I don't see what the big deal is. I mean, yeah, champagne isn't even that good. Well, I don't like any alcohol. It all tastes like ethylic alcohol to me. I wasn't as cool as you when I started. When did you start? 14. I snuck off base to a party. Your parents let you do that? Snuck. Yeah, my parents have no idea. Yeah, you're the person with the alcohol problems, huh? Anyway. Happy New Year, Sandaria. I guess it's 2004 where you are. Yeah, she's in Japan. I'll talk later. And... Hey, Effie, Happy New Year. You thinking about my resolutions on New Year's Eve? Maybe that. We'll talk to them later. Let's see what's in the RSS before continuing. Resolutions. New character, new roleplay. Couple of New Year stuff. We'll go through those till we finish our chats, I feel. Okay, we take another sip. How about a repeat to ring in the new year? Yeah, sure, that's smart. Boy, you people are silly. You shouldn't be drinking while... Kids, you shouldn't be drinking like while role-playing. That's a bad idea. That's like drinking and driving. Except for like emotional clusterfucks. Great mistake. Dominic sunk onto his knees and prayed at service. His thoughts of God's loving arms shifted from God to Ethan, wrapped in white sheets, much like he had imagined Jesus on the cross. You know, San Sebastian is right there, sweetie. Like, if you wanna, do the vague gay Jesus thing, if you wanna, like, do that vibe, San Sebastian is right there. He's basically the saint of the gays. God, all of the San Sebastian paintings there are out there are so horny. Like, have you seen all of the San Sebastian paintings that are out there? All of them, that man looks like he's in the middle of coming from being stabbed with arrows. The only one when it's kind of not like that is this one painting of San Sebastian getting like treated for his wounds by two women, and I assume it's the presence of women that kind of ruined it for him. That's terrible. Oh, that was bad. I'm a bad person. That was a bad one. In his prayer, Jesus lifted his head and smiled at him. His warm eyes reminded him a little of Ethan's. Dude. He approached him to kneel in front of him and praise his glory. Just as he bowed down, Jesus slowly and deliberately licked his lips. Gay. Dominic hit his head against the prayer bench with some thwack that echoed through the silent church. The head priest raised an eyebrow. Father Gonzalez, are you having difficulty praying? He shook his head, grinding his forehead against the bench, and wishing he was invisible. I mean... yeah, fair. Now, well, how was he going to get out of here? Ethan looked around and discovered with pleasure that there were no bars on the window. With everyone at the church occupied, he could easily test out his escape, though angling his broken arm in a cast through the window wasn't going to be easy. Dominic returned later that night with bread and bacon fat, stolen from the dining room. He entered the guest quarters just in time to catch Ethan attempting to sneak out the second-story window. With a cast. That's a dumb fucking move if I've ever heard one. I don't know where exactly you plan on going in your condition, but no matter. Whatever it is, I'm sure it would be better on a full stomach. Perhaps you can tell me your plans over supper. And also maybe not like the second story window. Like, just get out from like the regular door. That's a door. Just go out the door. We're still taking a sip, huh? Halfway in and halfway out the window, Ethan nearly fell over when he noticed Dominique. He chuckled, trying to pass off his space by running his hands through his hair. He does the Skinner stretching by the window thing that he does in Steam Hams. I'm just exercising by the window while cooking. Yes. Just trying to get some fresh air can make a man crazy, you know? He's not buying it. He didn't look like he was buying it. He stepped down onto the cold floor and plopped back down on the bed. Thanks for the food. His mind raced, searching for a suitable topic for conversation, probably one that didn't involve the "you're trying to escape" thing. After a pause he hoped wasn't too awkward, he finally settled on, "For starters, where are you from?" As he bit into the bread, he couldn't help but sigh. Bacon fat. Jesus, he'd have to steal some for the road. I'm from Eastern Wallwood. Technically true. I work as a CO2 filter repairman. You're an awfully long way from East Wallwood, the priest observed dryly. He shrugged. Work carries me far and wide to distant lands. Even this place has an air filter. He laid a finger against the wall, and it came off slightly dusty. Needs fixing, if you ask me. And so God has sent us a repairman just in time. The priest began to pace nervously around the room. Ethan, can I tell you something that's been troubling me? he said and continued not bothering to wait for an answer. The building I found you in, you are the only survivor. No, not just the only survivor, the only person, he corrected. It's a miracle no one else was hurt. Or maybe it wasn't, maybe it was very much on purpose. But what kind of bomber targets a solitary repairman? His pacing abruptly stopped. I know there's something you're not telling me. Take another sip! Become an alcoholic. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Smart. But you could play at that game. You may be right, father, he said. Why would a bomber target poor little me? Sounds like a waste of a bomb, if you ask me. With his good arm, he put a finger in against his chin, tapping it. Don't get me wrong, I'm very grateful to you, but here's the thing, yeah, you're starting to write badly, girl. You shouldn't be drinking so much. In one quick motion, he reached out and grabbed the priest by his chin. Nearly pulling him off his chair as he drew his face close to him, inches away from his lips. He looked deeply into his eyes. Hot. I'm not the only person hiding something, Dominic. You're gay, aren't you? No. Like, classic hashtag. Hashtag Dominic is not beating the gay allegations. But who isn't in this day and age? He smiled, running a rough finger over the other's lips. I have sins to confess, father, but not unless you show me yours. Dude. Dominic blinked and shivered, a fire running down his spine. What was this feeling? Fear? Yes, but something more than that. Intrigue? He wanted to know more about this man. He needed to. Slowly, tentatively, he placed a hand to the man's face in reciprocity. I can't read! Why did I decide to play a game that requires so much reading when I can't read? Damn it! Reciprocity. Yes, I suppose you're right. I haven't been honest with you. Lowering his voice to a whisper, he added, I can't show you. Not here. Not now. But soon. The fact that I'm a vampire and I kill... Well, no, not a vampire, a werewolf. Take sip. Get wonk. It was a gamble, but he'd play the cards. Right, yep. Listen, I'm not here to disrupt your peaceful life here in the parish. I'm not interested in exposing anything. You don't want exposed. Dominic took to his feet suddenly, in part to hide his ever-intensifying blush. He lowered his hand to Ethan's chest and pressed him gently back into the bed. Well, if you're in such a hurry to go, you'll need your rest. Though you know you're welcome to stay here as long as you need. Don't I really if you do. He let out a breath and he was pressed back down into the bed. He closed his eyes, imagining the things he could do to him. Timmy! Right, he could play it after he got paid. Opening his eyes, he smiled. Thanks for the hospitality. Hey, you doing okay? Yeah, why? Because you're very drunk, girl. Do me a favor, drink some water. I'm not drunk. Okay, maybe I am a little. Yeah, first time you're drinking against a person who started drinking at 14. Promise, if you drink some water, you'll feel better. I feel great already. Yeah, because you're drunk. You won't in the morning, so drink. Okay. Happy New Year's. Lol. Happy New Year's, Tourmaline. I'm glad I got to spend it with you. Oh no. Puss. What? Parents on screen. My family standing next to my computer. Oh. Hi, Tourmaline's family. They say hi and they're kicking me off. One blog post, mom. Just one. I'll come down in 5. Wait, can't you say that? Okay, you go do that. See you around? In the new year, yeah. Aww. That's cute. Happy New Year. Got drunk with Cherry on New Year's Eve. Nice. Happy New Year. I want to say it again for your time zone. Happy New Year for real this time. Aww. I'll talk more later. Alrighty then. Let's see. Oh, it's been 2 hours and 30 minutes actually. Okay, I think it's a good time for an intermission. The main issue is that this game has no music. Again, This would be so much better with like a little Winamp. So I kind of want to put something on the background while I go get myself some coffee and water. The problem is what I want to put on the background, or what I could actually. I could get Improbable for soundtrack stuff. I mean, could I get Improbable with background stuff? I haven't got any problem with this. So okay. Let's see. Uh let's see. Which one is the one that I like? Uh what is it? What is it? What is it? I feel bad not putting like any background music. It's like it's boring being here for 5 minutes without anything. Uh, 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 which one is the one that I'm looking for? Is this not working? Oh, okay, wait. Right. The mixer is all fucked up. I forgot. Okay, there it is. I'll leave this. I'll leave this for a second. Is this repeating? Yeah, it is. Okay. I'll come back in a sec. Alrighty, I'm back. I really need to get like a mix for this game. So yeah, by the way, that coffee took a longer than I thought it would take. Also, now that I think about it, I really need to start cold brewing my coffee. It's too hot to actually brew it. Cold brewing it would be way better. Anyway, in here. Not until I read everything and I make my post. So, let's see, resolutions. Resolutions are always weird for me. It's kind of like if I think something of something I want to do, I can just not do it and it's fine. But I feel but if I tell someone I'm gonna do something, now it's like I can't let them down, so I have to do it. I'm gonna put this on the code. Click here when you wanna read more. You'd think that would mean I talk about stuff I wanna do all the time now, right? Nope. I can't be the person who lets other people down. I don't want people to expect too much of me. And anyway, if I talk about myself a whole lot, that makes me a worse listener, and I can't do that either. And that's the thing. That's what I am. I listen, I care, that's me. And people talk to me because I'm reliable, right? So I'm not gonna commit to something until it's basically done. That way people can know I'm good for it. I want to do a cosplay I can be proud of. Like, I want someone to look at it and say, whoa, that's amazing. Which means I have to both be good at sewing it and also, look good in it. I know I'm laughing too as I type this. I don't know. I feel bad typing all of this because it's really self-indulgent. I guess I want to show people that they can do the things they want to. That's a way better way of thinking about it, right? If I do this thing, someone else can do the thing they really think they want to do. If I put it like that, I can read a little better about it because it's not just about me. It's about people making their friends better. I'm getting ahead of myself. First, I have to do the thing, right? Still, I'm here to listen. So tell me about your resolutions. I want to hear them. That means you, Tourmaline, and Sandaria, sorry. Carol, you have deeply complicated self-esteem issues, which hashtag relatable. That's how I feel. It's like people rely on me, and then I feel like I cannot rely on people because then I'm asking people things. And if I ask people things, then they might not do them, and I will feel bad if they don't. But if they do it, I also feel bad because I insisted that they do a thing that they might not have wanted to do. So, fucked if you do, fucked if you don't. So you just don't ask for anything ever, and then it's fine. It's not, but it's better than other things. Happy 2004! Go home, Tourmaline, you're drunk. I mean, you say that. But also, to be fair, I wasn't drunk when this post was made. So that was for later. Terranova. I almost never auditioned for anything and get in, but I got in. I'm part of Terranova now. I've never met the other role players, but the moderators really nice. Oh god, I guess if you're reading this, thank you for letting me join. I put up a post for Dominic here, so if you want to check it out, it's there on Terranova in public. To everyone else at Terranova, I haven't met you yet, but hi. I hope to ride with you soon. This is cool, real cool. Terry. And can you open? OMG. I don't even understand why elves don't equal post-apocalyptic. Shadowrun's like totally a thing. So why? Anyway, I don't know how to read kanji. I'm so happy to announce that I got into this amazing roleplay with my best ephemeral smile. Ephemeral smile. God damn it, I can't read! Of course, being a nerd will never interfere with my dreams, but a girl has to have her vices. I got my friend to do art for Hikaru-kun, and I'm so happy with how it turned out. That smile, those eyes, those hips. Hehe. Come check out, come check out me and the other role plays at Terranova. Also say hi to Hikaru, he's a lonely boy. Again, I do not know how to read Japanese. Do not force me. It would be embarrassing and I would feel bad. And let's see. Newly found and newly homeless friends. Side of Nova Citizens. Let's see. A full 2 weeks had gone by since the departure from Nova City. Isaiah was getting dangerously low on battery power. Hikaru's sharp eyes had spotted a plume of smoke on the horizon. It's not just smoke, but a thick gray exhaust of burned gasoline. There was power out there. Out here, rather. God damn it. Hikaru trudged along behind his newfound and newly homeless friend. He had a flurry of thoughts rolling around in his head. One was that he had hesitated once again, and it had cost him his chance at killing Obsidian on the spot. He had thought he had excised that part of himself. He sighed. No hesitation, no remorse. Hikaru was patient, like the hunter who stalks the fox. He would complete the ritual in due time. When he watched Isaiah pack all his earthly belongings in a backpack to leave the only town he ever knew, Hikaru could feel something deep in his stomach churning. Was it guilt? No, he decided it was probably indigestion. That is very Asterion coded. It's like, am I feeling guilt? Do I feel bad about this? Nah, I probably haven't eaten enough. Maybe I need some blood. The two came upon a dirt road and followed it past a large wooden sign that read, "Welcome to Cinders." Zion noticed the nicely renovated gas station, the crowded diner and bar, the improvised shelters made from scraps of corrugated aluminum and steel, and to his relief, a motel. Hikaru, shall we get a room to stay for the night? Isaiah hoped he was conveying through his tone of voice that it was really not a question at all. Hikaru squinted at the neon letters of the structure they were walking toward. Motel. He threw his head to one side, face lacking understanding. Saya stifled a chuckle. Hikaru, do you not know what I'm... No, of course not. Just come in and let me do the talking. After an awkward conversation with a girl man in the front desk with a name tag that proclaimed her name was BB, they finally got their room. Isaiah had only just plugged himself into the wall socket when he suddenly heard a long bang. The lights flickered and died, pitching the room into darkness. What in Israel's name was that? Said Hikaru. Even though his elements were running on backup power, Isaiah still heard the knock, knock, knock. On the other side of the door was Bibi, looking apologetic. When she saw Hikaru's bow already knocked with a knocked? Is that how you would read that? Not with an arrow, she sighed. Put that away, kid. I just came to apologize for the outrage. Cinder has a unique problem with outages. Could be a few days before we get power back on again. What? Isaiah rose from the bed and immediately regretted. That reflexive use of energy that he had just been informed was even more precious than he thought it was. The Sin does not pay its taxes or what? We pay, but there's someone or something taking it. Then take it back, said Hikaru matter-of-factly. If it were that simple. So, Hikaru asked as he finally let the bowstring go slack and stowed the arrow away, the arrow back in its quiver. Something or someone is draining the power, but it's always at different spots around the town, as if they were in two places at once. Coordinated, too. Takes our guys a couple of days to find the places where the electricity has been sapped and patch them up before the thing leaves us alone again. Anyway, I'll get you boys drinks from the fridge before they go warm. As she sauntered off and the door shut, Isaiah rose from the bed with a long suffering sigh. As much as I know we're going to regret me saying this, we have to help them. Why? All we have to do is wait out the night and move on. No, you misunderstand. I will not be around tomorrow morning. That's silly. Of course you will. Not without my power. What? Like, if you don't have electricity, you'll die? Oh, nothing so dramatic. I simply go to sleep and do not wake up. Forever? The concern in Hikaru's voice was palpable. Until someone charges me, more or less. Hikaru stood up straight and went for the door. Fine, I'm going. What? You say we need to help, right? So I'm getting help. I'm not going to let you die. For the love of your entire pantheon, you are making a bigger deal out of... But Hikaru was Hikaru. He sighed and followed his big-cloaked leader out of the door and past the front desk. Bibi and the clerk were holding their drinks in one hand, puzzled looks on their faces. We will return in an hour, Messiah said, trying to look moderately friendly, though his face was stiff as a mask. Hikaru made a beeline for the sheriff's office, almost pouncing on the older man as he exited his office with his rifle slung over one shoulder. His deputies eyed the odd pair of travelers with suspicion. Whoa, there! The sheriff looked Hikaru up and down warily. There ain't nothing to take care of, kid. Go back to your motel and sit tight, we'll handle it. Hikaru bristled with frustration, and in a motion that still impressed Isaiah with his speed and accuracy, drew his bow. Just as quickly and with just as little hesitation, the sheriff unslung his rifle and aimed it at the elf. I said go play with your toys elsewhere. I bet I could shoot that rifle right out of your hands, Hikaru said, his voice closer to a growl than Isaiah had ever heard it. Isaiah realized that things were about to escalate beyond anyone's ability to prevent it, and he put himself between Hikaru and the sheriff. Calm down, both of you, sir. I'm very sorry, my friend is. But the sheriff had already lowered his gun and was chuckling. What's your name, kid? Hikaru. And your robot over here? My sidekick. Howdy, sidekick. Isaiah sighed. My name is Isaiah, and I'm not a robot, but rather a cybernetically enhanced human, and I'm the King of England. Nice to meet you, son. He reached out a meaty paw and shook Hikaru's hand, deftly avoiding touching Isaiah's body. He heard about these before. Small towns had their fair share of racists. You don't say. Even Nova City likely had a few, though as a whole the place was fairly progressive, so it had been a while since he'd actually encountered one in person. But they existed, and each time he met one, he felt invisible. Like they looked past him into other people, as if they had more solid form than he. It destroyed his soul a little by little each time, small shards of him being chipped away like he could never get them back. If someone had experienced pretty fucked up racism, I feel. The sheriffs continued talking. We'll need to split up into two groups. This bastard tends to hit two places at once, so once y'all find some chewed out cables, figure you probably know he's gonna go for the other ones to pieces off. You got 7 connections from us to our nearest grid. You, me, Alan Ray, and the clank here make 5. You better Isaiah as if you were in a museum. Can you remote control him? Garo shook his head. What? Isaiah was sitting inside. He just wanted to punch his narrow-minded idiot right in his mug face. He opened his mouth to start asking where the connectors were, but the sheriff just talked over him. The connectors are to the north and east of here. Isaiah didn't even wait for the man to finish before he started walking. The elf blinked at Isaiah's retreating figure. This kind of initiative was something he prided in a psychic, but Isaiah seemed different. He couldn't put words to it. The sheriff nodded at him. Anyways, we'll use the receivers to chat, so just keep that on ya and holler if you're in trouble. He nodded dumbly and trotted off after Isaiah. He caught up with Isaiah. Do you want to share that talkie box? He asked. No reply. Isaiah kept walking. Okay, you yell if you need me. Kel said Fox cheerfully. Don't die, okay? The resulting silence pierced the distance between them more completely than Hikaru's arrows ever could. Oh, that's a good line. Hikaru nervously turned away and meandered through buildings alone. Where there would normally be people gossiping or children running wild, a cool breeze blew through the deserted corridors of buildings. In the distance, he could see the large power cables sneaking through the grass like a lazy reptile. Somehow the electricity moved from the ground to the cables to the city to make mechanical things come alive. It was hard to imagine metal being anything but dead, but Isaiah was part metal, and he was alive. It occurred to Hikaru that he should really ask Isaiah about the connection between electricity and life after this whole thing was over. Oh boy, you're gonna have a surprise about what the brain does! He came upon one of the plastic boxes which had been torn open and the wires clawed out. It had been here. Something had been here. An animal. Carefully, he lowered his nose to the plastic box. It was hard to get a scent off of it, but it wasn't a beast. Was it human or something else? He heard a low crackling noise that made him tense up. He heard the soft sounds of footsteps. He froze. There he was again. So slight the noise. The setting sun was dyeing the field of grass a pale pink, but the grass didn't move, nor ripple. He closed his eyes and tried to focus on the direction of the sound. South. 200 yards, about. And there was someone else, who was emitting a low, resonant clicking. A loud yell through the silence. Hikaru! Terror pricked his skin. Isaiah. I'm coming! Okay, it's time for a new post. Yay! I don't feel like posting in Terranova right now. What? Where are you gonna post? Or wait, do I have to post on my... Oh, okay. It was on my own one. Okay. Happy New Year's! Post about being drunk, post about being drunk, post about being drunk. Okay, this is... I didn't notice. Post about being drunk. Post about being drunk. Post about being Drake. That's a... This is good. My head feels like Cosm. Well, I'm definitely going to post about being drunk. Girl, you're so drunk right now. Oh, I hope you don't develop an issue. I hope you don't develop a drinking problem. Happy New Year's, everyone. Can you believe it's 2004 already? Can you believe it's 2024 already? School's gonna start soon, but I gotta be honest, I'm actually kinda looking forward to it. I feel like such a dork. I miss my friends and writing club. I'd go crazy if it wasn't for Terranova. Speaking of, I got big news! We got a new player. Her name is Sharon. She's super cool, so cool, and good at writing and stuff. She plays Dominic. Terranova's up to 4 now. I'm so proud. Can you keep a secret? I'm a little drunk right now. At least I think I am. I don't know. Is this what being drunk feels like? I don't really feel all that different. Except my lips feel kinda weird. And I have a headache. Don't believe the hype. Lol. Oh, just wait until the next morning when you regret every single choice you made in your entire life, girl. Don't worry about it. And that's it. And I believe we can end the... Yeah, can end the year. Unless... Solitaire. I'm just gonna play Solitaire every single end of month. Why? Because I can. It's just like, why would I not play Solitaire? Why would I not commit to the beat? Is the question. And the answer is because. Also, it's kind of funny. It's like a mental image of person playing solitaire while drunk. Like, have you like? I'm already bad at playing solitaire without being drunk. Mental image of someone trying to do it while drunk is hilarious to me. It's like, why? Why would you do that? Why would you? Why would you do that to yourself? Also, maybe I'll get good at solitaire. Maybe I'll finally be good at it. Not gonna happen. Unless no. Uh, ba, 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 ba. Okay, you. I don't feel good about that one. Ba, ba, 9. Oh, really? And no. 8. 7. There. Oh, come on. Get in there. Boop, boop. I'm actually being good at solitaire for once in my life. It's a miracle. I say and then I lose. Seven. Oop, oop. Okay, that's a win. I love being acceptable on solitaire. That's the line. I have now become acceptable at a game that you play by yourself. It's not my fault. Solitaire is hard. Like, there are situations where you just can't win at solitaire. It's just the way it goes. Sometimes the game screws you in a way that you don't know how to solve. And then you're fucked forever. Oh, yay! Anyway, end the year. Are you ready to end 2003? Oh boy, I am ready to end 2023. Which I did, actually. You know what I'm so ready to do? End 2024. Fuck this year. Fuck the last year also, but also fuck this year. Coffee. And we're moving to January 2nd. Oh, new background. Oh, that's Is this an Utena reference? I'm sorry, I need to finish my coffee. I'm not even finished. I'm like 1/3 done. Um, I'm sorry. Is this an Utena reference? Is this what it is? Damn. Oh wait, this was Effie with tourmaline, and this is tourmaline with cherry. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mm, mm. I'm okay. We'll deal with that in a sec. Let's see. New post from us. Bringing in the new year. The new year is almost here. I should write my resolutions. Resolve to write more. Resolve to be a better friend. Resolve to troll someone new. Maybe to be a better friend? I dropped off the edge of the world in middle school. Bullying was really bad back then, but after hanging out with some online chat group, I finally got the confidence to talk to people in real life. It's weird, isn't it? Getting better at being a person in real life because of being online. I think my online friends get me better than the real life friends, except you, Effie. You're awesome. Aww. I think I'm being afraid to make friends for fear that eventually go away. But this year, I have a lot of new and old friends I don't want to lose. Maybe that's a little selfish for me to say it like that. But I mean that I wanna be better for the sake of my friends. Things I'm proud of this year are obviously the start of Terranova and rekindling my friendship with Effie. You know, we used to be friends in elementary school, and because we went to different middle school, we just drifted apart. I'm really, really glad she transferred to my high school, and I'm really glad I had the opportunity to get to know her again. I had forgotten the way she makes me laugh. Oh, look. Oh, it looks like Cherry's online. I'm gonna chat her and see what's up. Happy New Year, everyone. I hope your New Year's resolutions all come true. Okay, right, there's nothing new in the RSS except... So, the chat. AFE. Anime lyrics. I should find something else to do for now. Damn it! She's probably in class. Good luck with that, girl. Happy New Year for real, with me less drunk. Hey, you doing okay? You were pretty drunk when we last talked. I don't feel so great. I'm okay. Nothing I can handle. And I did drink water. Now you're starting to sound like me, but don't overdo it, okay? I'm the character who definitely has issues with drinking. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I got water last night, like you said. Like you said last night. Your family found you drunk, right? How did they react? What? They totally didn't notice. I was the epitome of smooth. Okay, yeah, they did. Yeah, so? I mean, they were all partying and drinking. Your teenager who is in high school, I'm assuming, like sneaking a little bit of champagne during the New Year's. I'm not saying it's fine, but it's hardly the biggest issue in the world. Like, you know, they were surprisingly cool with it. They were curious as to why I decided to get drunk in my room instead of coming down to the party with them. Maybe they realized eventually I tried in college. They talked about alcohol safety. Aw, like what? Like if I'm ever at a party and a friend is drunk, I should flip them on their side so they don't choke on their own puke. Ew. But yes, I second that. Your parents are very wise. I better experienced partiers. How can you tell? I don't know, that's the kind of stuff I learned through other people at parties. You're lucky you got to learn it from your mom and dad. I mean, parents need to care about like drinking safety if your children are gonna drink. Well, if you ever need advice, I can ask my parents for you. I'll pretend it's me. That's sweet. So, why do you start in the first place, if you don't mind me asking? My fam moves around, so I got good at making new friends. I have rules on how to make friends, trademark. Okay, let me get to Effie for a second. I saw your blog post. Is when did you drink? I mean, arguably I could have drunk less, so it's kind of my fault. It was all my fault. My family was drinking, and I thought, hey, I'm safe at home, and I gotta at least know what it's like before college, right? And also, I feel like I'd feel bad if I blamed Cherry for it. Like, I feel like that's a little rude. I guess. I don't know. I didn't think of you as a drinking type. I'm not. T, you wrote a post while drunk. Yeah, I got drunk once. Everybody does. Well, everyone does. Like most people experience drunkenness at least once in my life. Even me, a person who does not like the taste of alcohol, once got drunk. Like I did it in the safest way possible, with a bunch of friends, mostly drinking apple cider and wine, which took a long time to get drunk because of it, because it's apple cider and wine, not a high alcoholic content. And I've tried vodka and whiskey before in my life, so not enough to get drunk, but enough to know what high alcohol content like tastes like. So like I just got drunk with a bunch of people that would keep me safe, and it was okay. We watched a bunch of old anime, including the entirety of Boku no Pico, and we laughed at it because it's so silly. Boku no Pico is so silly. I love when people are like, no, Boku no Pico is so traumatic, whatever. And I'm just like, we watched the three OVAs. There's three OVAs for that shit. We watched all of them one after the other, and we were laughing our ass off at how bad they were. Well, they weren't like badly animated or anything. It's just kind of like, really? Like, it's so obviously fab material that you just don't take it seriously. So it's fine. It's silly. It's silly. But anyway, like even I know what it's like being drunk, and I was drunk, so like it's not dramatic to write one post while drunk. Yeah, but like, don't you have any interest in trying it sometime, just out of curiosity? That's a no. Are you disappointed in me? You know I don't drink. I just thought we had that in common, you know? It's nice having friends you can count not to get you in trouble. Yeah, I guess Gruff McGruff is gonna get me. The crime dog? I'm gonna go to dog jail. Promise me you'll pause my bail in treats. T. You're being dramatic. Oh, tell me. Okay? Tell me about your rules about making friends. First, dress kinda weird, but not really weird. It attracts people to you who are also weird and scares of people who aren't worth your time. Second, buy alcohol, and that's how I started drinking. Wait, so how many places have you lived? Puerto Rico, New York, and now Pennsylvania. I don't remember Puerto Rico as much because I moved when I was 5 or 6. So you speak Spanish, right? I'm studying it in school. Speak? Yeah, I do, but seriously, I only use it with my mom. Please, please, please don't ask me about your homework. I won't, I promise. My mom is a Spanish speaker. She's having a rough time with English. Oh. You had family and church in New York and was used to speaking Spanish with the community. Makes sense. I never thought about that. That sounds really isolating. Yeah. Yeah, so we don't have friends around. She's gone a little cuckoo with me recently, monitoring my internet time or taking me out for donuts after mass. The internet thing sounds bad, but donuts? Trust me, it's bribery. She complains to me about the neighbors or dad or how the church people aren't as nice as in New York. Oh, the emotional incest. Classic. Nothing like a child developing a problem with alcohol and dealing with an emotionally incestuous parent. God, I love the trauma of the early 2000s. I say that like it's not the trauma of the 2020s either. It's be the same. I'll be honest, I cannot fathom someone saying the words not as nice as the people in New York, lol. But I'm good, keep my nose mostly out of trouble. I mean, you say that, but you might be developing a drinking problem. Hey, wanna see something cool? Always. Ishiboy.png. I drew that. Ooh. Oh, nice. Early 2000s art. Oh my god, you're amazing. Also, let's be real with Effie for a moment. For real though, I don't feel any difference inside rank. I didn't realize it was important to you. I didn't realize it until now, but it kinda is. I'm really bad with peer pressure, you know? Man. Girl, don't worry. Just because other people drink is not gonna like destroy your relationships. I'm not like worried you're gonna ditch me for your cool new drinking friends or anything, but I want you to be there for me so I don't feel like a total dork when I'm the only one not drinking. Let's be total dorks to get there then. I got your back, I promise. You're really important to me, Effie. Thanks, T. You're a good friend. How do you and Sandaria roleplay anyway? If Sandaria's in Japan, that's like 14 hours ahead? 16 hours, actually. Damn. Both of us kind of have messed up sleep schedules, and it works out somehow. Relatable. As you know, I'm a denizen of the night, and since Sandaria's up when I'm up, we end up chatting a lot. I thought you seemed kinda tired last I saw you. Everything okay? Oh yeah, it's just the usual insomnia. I wanted to ask you about role-playing together. I asked before, but I guess you forgot. Oh. That moment of like you forgot about it, things didn't line up. Oh, OMG, I'm so sorry. I've been out of it lately. School's starting up and I'll probably have to get back onto a semi-regular sleep schedule. Can I wait until things have settled down? I promise we'll roleplay together. You said the same thing last time. The part of me that is like emotionally demanding and wants to be emotionally demanding is like, that's that you said last time and then you didn't do it and now I'm upset about it. And I'm trying not to act upset about it because I don't want to be an asshole. But also, have you thought of my feelings? Have you thought how I feel? Have you thought of putting a little bit of effort? Okay. After school starts then. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, me too. I like the story you got going with Aitan. It'll be fun to marry Saya's arc. It will. Until then, keep Hikaru from killing you. And good luck with the skip schedule thing. Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, speaking of, I should probably get to bed soon. See you in the new semester? At least before that, we gotta get our sled on. You, me, storage container lead. It's gonna happen before the school starts. Sounds good. See you soon. Good night. And she logged on. You know, it would be cool if there was like an actual clock. Like, that's the two things this game could use. Like a tiny little clock on the side that actually shows a little bit of passage of time. Good night. Can't wait for this sledding. No days are the best day to watch anime. Every day is a good day to watch anime if you're not a coward. It's what I say. We'll talk more later, supposedly. And like a Winamp style like music player. This game could absolutely use like a Winamp style music player. Like that would be so good. I'm me working on it a little bit today. Nice, good for you, girl. I wish I felt emotionally okay to draw again. But last time I tried, I was too depressed to do it, and then the other last time I tried, I got pissed off with a person who made me feel like shit about it, and then the other last time I tried, I immediately said that I was gonna try, and then the response to from another person was to immediately be like, "Hey, can I ask you to draw this thing?" Like immediately send me a request, and it's like, I'm feeling like shit and I'm trying to do something for myself, and I'm honestly feeling so attacked right now, so I'm not gonna even waste myself. I'm just gonna go to bed early and feel like shit. I love being emotionally unstable. Let's see. Are you gonna be an artist when you grow up? Have you thought about opening commissions? What do you think about drawing out over caras? What? Who? Look, I'm not gonna talk about it on I can vague about it on stream. I'm not gonna say it directly on like on stream. I feel like that's in bad taste. I'm legally allowed to vague on people. I'm not legally allowed to say who it was on stream. I can talk to you about it later. But I can let's just leave it at vague, vaguing, and for the sake of the involved parties, including me, and then we'll see. Okay. I mean, you're good, but also I don't think you're good enough to be opening commissions even in 2003. So, are you gonna be an artist when you grow up? Do you wanna be an artist when you grow up? I hope so. I really wanna. I hope so. I really want to go to art school for college if I get in. You're so good, though. I bet you have no problem. Thanks. Gotta work hard though. I went to a portfolio day where a bunch of teachers look at your art and tell you why it sucks. God, it was so intimidating. They told me, Cherry, you have to be more original. I school don't want to see a bunch of anime drawings. Oh god, that shit on the early 2000s. Yeah, I remember that. What the fuck? But like, anime's art? Look, look, kids, let's not talk about that whole bag of chips. I know, right? But I think when they talk about original art, they're talking about Rubens or Botticelli, you know, classic biblical art. Nah, they're just look, my experience, and I didn't have to like actually build a portfolio for that, but my experience as someone who dated someone who had to do like an actual portfolio to enter to enter art college in the United States. Fuck that guy, by the way. I'm still salty about my ex. What can I do? He was like, I wasn't especially the best all the time, but he was a complete douchebag. So mostly what they want is okay, so they want actual like stylized stuff, but mostly a lot of schools expect you to do a lot of figure drawing because they expect you to know how to draw the human. Like, they expect you to have basic knowledge of like how to draw good if you're doing something semi-realistic, like that kind of stuff, which is hilarious because the idea of going to college is we're gonna teach you this skill. So if you go to art college, you're supposed to go there to learn to draw good. But in the United States, from what I've noticed, is that art colleges demand you that you already know how to do stuff, and then they just teach you more stuff over that stuff, which is probably why they have careers of 3 years instead of what we do here, which is 6. It's like we start on the premise that you don't know basically nothing about the subject, and we train you for 6 years so you're able to come out with something cool, which I would argue is more reasonable. It's longer, yeah. Then again, more colleges here are free, so there's also that. But you're not expected to have like professional or semi-professional level work. You're just expected to know the bare, like, not even the bare minimum, but enough that like you know what a pencil is, and you know what a figure drawing would be. Like, you know that you have to learn how to draw a human good, basically. Then we can work on you actually learning to draw a human good. So like, no, they don't even like, they don't even care about like, classical art. Though classical artists sometimes do get in colleges like that. It's like, learn your basics of anatomy, show that you can do it, and then you can have like stylized stuff that shows other kind of skills that you have. Like, that was my experience with my ex. He actually showed me the portfolio when he was trying to enter which college it was. Not Gobelins, that's a French one. CalArts. And then he didn't enter CalArts, he ended up going to the one in Florida, whose name I do not remember. And then at some point he said he wanted to go to Gobelins, but like, it's funny because as a person who actually went through college for animation for a while and almost finished a career in it, like I almost had that degree, one of the CalArts, my veloted, I have a lot of, like, I don't even have an issue with CalArts like style. CalArts styles, I don't have an issue with it necessarily. I have a lot of issues with some other stuff they do, but that's a me thing. It's not even the style that I have a complicated relationship with. But the funniest thing is that I have a professor who told us about Gobelins specifically. And the funny thing about Gobelins is that one of the issues they have is that they don't actually teach you. Like, a lot of courses in Gobelins, they send you to do like animations and stuff, and like you have like they teach you some of the process, but when they're gone, but basically when you have your final projects and you're supposed to animate stuff, like you're supposed like you're presenting your work, or like he specifically was talking about storyboarding when he told me about this, because it was a class for our final, for our thesis work, where we were showing our animatics and storyboarding for that. When we were showing that, what he was telling us about Gobelins is that one of the issues that happen there very often is that the teachers there don't really judge your work. Like, they don't really give you prompts or pointers on how to fix the work that you're doing. What they do is just fix it for you, and then they give it back, and it's like, there, it's done. Now it's perfect. Like, now I fix it. While the work of a teacher is teach you how to fix something so you can repeat that process professionally. So that was one of the issues that he said that he found very often, that these were people who were used to having their work fixed by someone with more experience, rather than that person teaching them how to fix them themselves. Like, actually teaching them the techniques that would be needed to figure out how to fix the thing that they were creating. So that was an issue that they had very often, and it's why I tend to notice a lot of stuff when it comes to like framing and whatnot, because that's one of the things that I always had a couple of difficult issues with. Framing can be very complicated in image, so it's one of the things that I always concentrated on, because it's one of the things that I was told to concentrate on. So in this day and age, I actually can see something and be like, yeah, no, if somebody shows me, like, I'm hardly an expert, but if somebody shows me a storyboard, I usually can say, look, the problem here is that your angle doesn't work. Like, this entire sequence, if you change the angle for this scene, it changes the entire thing. Like, I can figure that shit out very rapidly because that's what I trained myself to do, because I realized that that was one of the issues that I had. And it's an issue that I see of other people. Because most people don't really figure out how to angle their shots a lot of the time. Like, that's a very complicated thing. But if you concentrate on working that, you become an expert. But apparently that is a common thing in Goblins, that you just send your work, they correct it, and they don't tell you why they corrected it like that. Like, what's the point of the correction they're doing? And that's the bare minimum that you need to do to actually teach a person to do a better job themselves. So, all our colleges have issues. Jesus fan art! Yeah, it's Jesus fan art when you think about it. I'm surprised lighting hasn't struck you down yet. But yeah, pretty much. Oh, come on. Every Jesus art is Jesus fan art when you think about it. I say, and then I think about the person doing Jesus fan art on Twitter right now, and yeah, that person, like, I'm not Catholic, but that person gets it. He knows because I'm right. First, I gotta finish this fan art. I'll show you the result after I color it. Looking forward. In the meantime, I'm gonna love off to write some Dominic angst for Terranova. Sounds good. I'm actually just thinking about Nathan's next steps. He's on the hunt. Can't wait. See you online soon? Yeah. Cherry-go-round has logged off. Can't wait to read more Dominic angst. Vash is my Vichy. God damn it! 90s, 90s, fucking Trigon fan. The amount of references right now that I've seen, like the amount of reference. I'm still losing it at the Slayer. Where is it? The Slayer PFP. Like, this really touches on a lot of those nostalgia for me. I feel old. I feel old. Okay, this is the same text from before that we were in the... Yeah, this is the same text from before. Let's post it to Terranova. Smoke and mirrors. And then we'll read it once it's done. Terranova. Let's see. Ethan shouldered Etta in his back duffel bag and looked out to a horizon set aflame. Not an hour had passed after he reunited with his rifle when another bomb went off. His not-so-secret admirer was back. As he ran past a sign that read Erding, his arm throbbed from the sharpener embedded within. "Ay me," he sighed, but he knew the answer. Because 3 million. 3 million bucks. The things that I would do for that money. He ran towards the Sons of the Flames, desperately searching for evidence. Heroics could wait. He needed to get to the bomb before it burned away completely, and he lost all hope of analyzing it. The fire had been set ablaze in the busy plaza lined with wooden stalls. Running past the screaming shopkeepers and sobbing children, he noticed that none of the stalls had the telltale marks of shrapnel. Did that mean the bomb hadn't gone off? He would make sure it didn't. He picked up his pace, heading straight for a small wooden stall that was burning the brightest in the town plaza. Getting close to it made his eyes burn with smoke. This looked to be the source. He wrapped an arm in his robe, swallowing. Don't think. He plunged his hand into the flames and brought out a half-burned linen bag, heavy with metal pieces that stank like hot garbage. Ugh, I can't read. Fertilizer bombs. Dude. Ew. He'd made a few makeshift bombs in his day. However, unless the fertilizer was mixed in exact quantities with the right minerals, it would turn into a dud. Coughing and stumbling away, he shook off the remaining embers clinging to his robe. His eyes burned, but he had his prize. His not-so-secret admirer had made a mistake. A deadly one. He wandered around Erdene in the aftermath of the fire and asked the townspeople about what they'd seen or heard. But he didn't get too far. Most people in Ordania didn't trust outsiders. He gave up before sundown and left to set camp on the mountain north of Erdene. He surveyed the bomb parts carefully, disassembled on a tarp. Fertilizing some fragments of bronze, an igniter. The igniter looked damaged, the bronze normal enough, but the fertilizer. If he knew where it came from, he could pinpoint where the bomb had been made. Inhale. No use. That was dirt to him. He needed someone with a more careful eye. He thought back to the smoky black alley mahjong parlor. Really? We're adding mahjong to this? No! My mortal enemy. The smell clung to his robes as players picked out tiles with the precision of seasoned surgeons. Oh god! Oh god! Please tell me you don't... Wait, no. Navari no is not about mahjong. For a moment, I thought we were getting to Wait, no. What was the name of that anime? It wasn't a mahjong one. It was a... God, I don't remember. It's been a while. There's so many weird animes that came out in that era. Well, weird. They were very popular, but also I didn't understand a lot of the appeal, except it was kind of gay. It was really gay, like pre-sports anime, sport anime gay kind of vibe. The smell clung to his rose as playing. Yeah, I read that. Bang. A man with dark skin and emerald cybernetic eyes grabbed a tile and placed a set of 3 in front of him. He looked unaffected by the dark smirks of the other 3. So you mentioned a diamond welder, he said just as nonchalantly. Would love to get my hands on that. Bang. The clink clank of tiles. This far behind and you still want to up the ante. No way. A woman with an eye patch said with amusement. I almost feel bad taking advantage of you. Almost. Do you want to hear my wire? In the end, Isaiah got everything, even his welder. It was all too easy for him. Isaiah had read all 3 players like a book before Eitan even knew what was going on. He saw things others couldn't see and made lightning-fast connections. He could use a brain like that right about now. But he was back in Nova City, closer to where Eitan had first started. He went to pack up for Nova City. Isaiah was his best bet to unraveling this mystery. Okay, and we did a new post. We did a new post here. There's nothing else. And everyone is offline, I guess. So we can end the month. I'm gonna do a little... Oh. Well, it's fine. We'll save and quit when we have to save and quit. We have 30 minutes. You know what that means, Solitaire. No, don't become obsessed with a minigame. Me becoming obsessed with a minigame? It's the first time that I'm good at Solitaire. I've never been good and now I'm good. For some reason. I don't know why. Maybe because it's less difficult than the Solitaire that I used to play. No, don't play Solitaire, you're so sexy. That's a little insulting. I wonder if the person who created Solitaire was very bored. That makes sense to me, personally. Wait. Oh, I could have used that 8. Like, I think about it and it's like, what kind of person would play a game like Solitaire? And it's like, probably very lonely people. And then I get sad. Because I consider that. And it's like, oh, yeah. Wait, no. I fucked up again. Yeah, that makes sense. You... Gonna work. That is gonna work. But yeah, thinking about it, I do have my issues with CalArts, but a lot of my issues with CalArts are very Like people complain about the color style and what something something ruining animation, but really a lot of simplified styles and whatnot. It's less an issue of in my experience anyway. It's less an issue of what you do in a college, like what you're forced to learn, and more often an issue of like what time and money you have for a production. Like it's about resources very often. I guess we can talk about that. Like simplifying a lot of animation and stuff, like sometimes is very much necessary for your production to ever survive. That tends to be one of the biggest issues, really. Like it's sadly not an uncommon experience that part of the reason why you simplify stuff is simply because if you don't simplify it, A, it becomes impossible to animate, and B, it becomes too expensive to animate. Like that's a very, very normal experience of the craft. And that's my last ace. And like some people tend to blame colors for that, and there are issues with colors as far as like how they train their animators, how they treat their students. But like a lot of like animation tends to be like, how do I put this? It's an issue of the business. Like, you know how like there's this thing with anime styles, like, oh yeah, look at how things were animated in the 90s and how it looks, and it's like a lot of it is circumstantial of like the things that you had to animate with, like your tools, the styles that were popular at the time. Like it is very much dependent on that. And color style, while there's some other stuff behind it, like, yay, we did it, there's also a very big element of like, yeah, it's what sells. Like producers kind of want the character design to look a certain way because that's how it sells. Like it's what happens on Disney. Like if you've seen the original like character design stuff for Frozen, for example. Like the original sketches and stuff are absolutely delightful. The style is beautiful. The characters are like stylized in a way that is very pretty. The designs are like, it's great, it's absolutely gorgeous. They went for the most generic Disney style that they're using since like the mid 2010s, I think, since Tangled and onwards. Like they just use that design and change a lot of it. And part of it is the producers behind it is like, no, this stylized thing is not gonna sell because we think that that it's not gonna sell, so we're gonna make something else. Like that is what tends to happen most of the time. Like that's just how it is. That's what tends to happen a lot of the time. It's not that the artists don't want to do something else. It's not that they don't know how to do something else. It's just a lot of the time you're forced to simplify for the sake of production, but production time and production values. And sometimes it's just like, no, dude, you're not gonna sell because we say that you're not gonna sell. It's like seeing the Steven Universe pilot. Like you see the design of the characters in the Steven Universe pilot, and then you see the first episode of Steven Universe, and you're like, yeah, no, something happened here in production. Like there has definitely been something in production here that happened, and it's usually justified by money and producers just thinking that they know how market works, which a lot of the time they don't know because people want things and they assume that people want certain things, but then they're not the things that the market actually wants. So, and it's complicated. Like it's a lot of stuff. I don't blame CalArts for all of it, but there is some blame to have on the way that they produce their animators, quote unquote, let's say. And let's end the month. And now we're in February. Yay! Ooh, there's updates on my RSS. Oh, there's a lot. There's a lot of updates. Okay, that was the last thing that we did. Aria, there's a lot of stuff. Okay. Let's go to our little space and do our little posting. V-Day! Alright, it's Valentine's. It's February, the time of the year where everyone's got stupid over romance. Write about how stupid Valentine's Day is, write about my crushes, lol. Write about my family trip. No, write about crushes. Be embarrassing. Be cringe in public! That's why Live Journal was for. You mean my crushes on non-existent anime boys and girls? People at my school talk about boys and girls and does he, she like me? Man, I don't have time for that. I have a roleplay community to run. Fanfics to write. What's the point of falling in love with someone if you don't know where you're gonna move next year? Someone asked me if I don't have a crush on anyone. Does that make me gay? Sure, I'm gay, I said, obviously joking. No, that makes you well, not even a sexual or romantic, if anything. But then it blew up. I got people coming up to me saying, that explains so much. And I thought, what explains what? And then after the gay cheerleader told me how proud he was of me, I realized what happened. At first I thought I'd correct them, but then I thought, well, am I? I miss the way Valentine's Day used to be. You know, in elementary school, when everyone used to hand out cards with Disney princesses on them, and those gross chalky candy hearts that said, be mine? Okay, yeah, maybe it wasn't that much better, but still. Oh, and I know what you're thinking. T, you're just jealous because you don't have anyone to go to the dance with. Wrong! I'm going with Effie and we're gonna have a great time together because boys... boys are dumb and friendship is a real deal. Girl, I don't know how to tell you this, but you're gay. Like, I'm sorry to break your heart. But, yeah, that's kind of gay of you. Okay, let's send some messages before continue. Photo shoot this weekend. She's probably in class. Girl, I hope that you're not having, like, a bad time. I worry about you. Don't be an idol. It's terrible to be an idol. I'm not online. I'm probably in my head. Check back later. Oh, now you're online. Hey T, what are you up to? Just finishing up on Edison roleplay I did with Sandaria. Gonna post it later. Oh, good. It's nice to see you get along. You know, especially because it was kind of awkward at first. She's good people. Isn't she? OMG. Aww. Blah. You okay? I have to tell you about these things Sandaria and I have been battling around for a little bit. Yes, tell me. I worked so hard on that drawing. What? She saw? It was stupid of me to work on it while she was home. When I'm using the family coma working on homework writing for Terranova, I shouldn't have gotten so cocky. She was furious. Are those girls kissing? Oh yeah, classic. No mom, they're boys. But yeah, that doesn't matter. She started crying, told me to delete it, so I did. Emptying the recycle bin too. I worked for like a week on it. Maybe I even show it to you. I don't know. Now it's gone. Today she left me a Bible in front of my room with Romans 1:27 bookmarked. In the same way that the men also abandon natural relationships with women, and when inflamed with lust for one another, men committing shameful acts with other men, and receiving themselves the due penalty for their error. Oh, great! Catholic fundamentalism, my favorite! Thanks, Mom! When the Bible says stuff like inflamed with lust, I wonder sometimes if she should be worried more about me reading Bible verses than drawing boys kissing. I guess I don't get it. I should reread it. I don't get why she was crying. It's just a drawing. It doesn't mean anything. Except maybe to me, I guess. Oh, girl. I've been there. I've so been there. Don't worry about it. Parents are dumb. Yeah, so are you okay? Yeah. You know how I assume my own costumes for conventions, right? Of course, your Hinata cosplay was so good. You're gonna take a while, aren't you? Daria and I got to talking because I'm good at sewing and she's good at photography and modeling, and we thought, why not start our own fashion brand in Japan? And I'll be your first customer. I wanna be supportive. Really? Do you mean it? Yeah, I am gonna brag about you though. Come on. For serious though, I'm proud you're taking something you love and making something out of it. That's really cool. OMG, stop. Okay, I know you've been wanting to roleplay since we started the community, so let's go. I'm free. Hold on, let me grab a beer. What? A beer? Of the rude variety. She's really salty about the drinking again. Has my dad been teaching you jokes again? As many as he can. He's the master. I am the Padawan. No. Kill me. I was thinking, we never fully established how Isaiah and Ethan met long ago. Do you wanna do that? Sure, this takes place before Isaiah meets Hikaru, right? Yeah, here's what I was thinking. Okay, let's wait for that and work with you for a second. Yeah, I'm fine. Just can't believe I'm gonna have to do it all over again. Aw, man. So, who are the boys? Well, those eyebrows. Well, obviously they were Dominic and Ethan. OMG, I knew it! I wish I could have seen it. I promise I'll redo the pic. I'll probably be even better than before. What should make you do that anyway? Because religious people are fucked up in the hair. Like, that's it. Well, not all religious people. Some religious people are deeply conservative and a little fucked up, and they think things that are ridiculous. She cares about me. I think she doesn't want me to get hurt. What's the harm of drawing boys kissing? Yeah, good question. Well, it's not normal for starters. I think every parent wants their kid to be normal. Normal people don't get bullied or have no friends. And second, hell. Okay, but to be fair, um, you know, I was gonna say I was normal and I got bullied and had no friends and have terrible trauma over it. But to be entirely fair, I am literally autistic. So I wasn't normal. I thought I was normal because nobody had realized that I was a little autistic little fucko. Yeah. However, I wasn't. So have you considered that the problem is not that she wants you to be normal, and but rather that she wants you to fulfill a certain social expectation that she has over you, that is partially based on ridiculous religious, maybe possibly fundamentalist ideals that are again ridiculous, and maybe she's just being abusive. And also the implied emotional incest that we had like 10 seconds ago. Well, 10 seconds, like 20 minutes, technically. Hell, like people on fire and Satan and stuff? Do you believe in hell? Nah. Look, hell does not exist. Hell is a Christian creation. Like, not even Jewish people have hell. So if the Jews don't have hell, like if Jewish people don't have hell, and Jesus was Jewish, that means that there's no hell. Because even the Son of God wouldn't have believed in hell. Ergo, hell is not real. If the Son of God does not believe in hell, that means hell is not real. That's just how it works. It's like, he's the Son of God, supposedly. That's what he said. That's what you believe. You're Catholics. You believe that. Ergo, the guy who says that he was like literally the child of God who came here to clean you from your sins and whatnot was like, yeah, no, hell doesn't exist. Why would that exist? We're Jewish. We don't believe in that shit. Hell is Earth. Exactly. Hell is the terrible, horrible stuff that happens in Earth. And when you die, hopefully you get away from that shit. Dying means not dealing with the hell on Earth. But also, come on, guys. There's no such thing as hell. It's just something made up to make people afraid of whatever the church wants them to be afraid of. Oh yeah, I'm super afraid of God. Quit joking around. Come on. It's not... Why wouldn't I be afraid of a guy whose body I eat and blood I drink? He's gonna figure out what I did and then straight to hell I go. I don't know, you're the one doing the cannibalism stuff, the cannibal stuff. Maybe he should be afraid of you. Lol. I don't know, I think I believe there's a hell, and maybe gay people go to hell. But terranova isn't real, it's just a story, it doesn't mean anything. Kid, sweetie, I don't know how to tell you this, but you need to deal with that, like, Catholic fundamentalist bullshit that your mom has put on you, because, come on, kid. Yeah, I know it's the early 2000s, but still. Wait, what was that I said? There was something there. I wonder... I couldn't read it. Oh, I wish I had been a little slower about that. Did he say something about, like, do you think I'm going to hell? Well. Hey, Cherry, I hope you figure that out soon. Yeah, but in the meantime, give me my fantasy. Anyways, thanks for talking. I feel a lot better now, and I gotta do some more homework. Catch you later? Yeah, later. I'm salty that I passed out that fast. Good night. What if I'm not doing homework but reading Kenshin? You're gonna be so disappointed about the author in a couple of years, baby girl. You're gonna be so sad about it. No! No, don't read Kenshin. You're gonna be so disappointed. Your childhood is gonna be ruined. No, your childhood. Think about it. I come from the future. You don't want to be reading Kenshin, so it's a important part of your childhood. I'm so sorry about that. I'm sorry about me. I'm the one who experienced that. Talk more later. Damn it. Damn. I've been there. I've been there. Just saying. Oh, well. She's definitely gonna have, like, an entire thing. Well, now that I think about it, one of the, now that I think about it, one of the warnings at the beginning of the game include talks about conversion therapy, so I guess I know where that storyline is going to go. Thank you, warnings at the beginning of the game. Anyway. Alright. Let's continue reading. A shadow-clad man leapt from roof to roof, pursued by the sounds of wailing sirens and shouting. The cacophony closed around him as he looked up at the skyscraper above. He couldn't make that jump. Ooh, mysterious. Another line for us, Etta, he said to the gun slung around his shoulder. Or maybe there was another way. He glanced down at the alley, a dumpster and a man standing idly in front of it. A grin sneaked around his face. With a flourish, he jumped down, stashing Etta in the dumpster, and leapt into the arms of the hapless fellow, just trying to take out his garbage. Just then, the authorities rounded the corner. What a strange sight they saw. A man who, in one arm, was holding a man, the other holding a garbage bag. He seemed completely unfazed by his obvious predicament. The man in his arms smirked. Oh, sweetie, I was just saying we should wait until you put the garbage out before we do that. Smart. Ah, yes, the classic seducing random person to hide from the police. Classic. I'll take the chance to finish my coffee. And become egg. Alright. It was a rare occurrence for Isaiah to be caught this off guard. He wasn't keen on surprises, but that wasn't usually a problem because he normally kept a tight awareness of his surroundings. He could honestly say he didn't expect a surprise attack from above. He made a mental note to check his vertical more often. Deliberately, but not hastily, Isaiah turned to look up at the roof. I see I have a cigarette minus, he stated matter-of-factly, not committing to whether he was addressing the man beside him as his apparent pursuers. He added, "To what do I owe the pleasure?" And let's move on with the texts. Oh boy, where This roleplay is getting intense. We report some suspicious activity in the area. You wouldn't happen to have seen or experienced anything out of the ordinary, have you? Ethan hopped out of Isaiah's arms and squeezed his beefy muscles. If by suspicious you mean my partner getting up in the middle of, he whispered conspiratorially, you know what, to take out the trash, then yeah, I did. Let's go home, sweetie, he said, leaning in close. No response. In fact, Ethan realized from the moment he jumped into Isaiah's arm, he had no emotion, no reaction at all. Also, oh god, my nose. It's itchy. Itchy nose. Was he a robot? He whispered in his ear, come on, work with me here. Luckily for the man, Isaiah disliked authority even more so than he disliked surprises. Oh god, my nose. My nose is itchy. You know, if you would have taken the garbage out this morning like I asked you to, we would not be out here now. This was a mixture of muck and real annoyance. He shook his head, honestly. I mean, he's right. That's why you need to take out the trash early. Or, alternatively, you take it out really late at night. So like they take it out the other day. Those are your two options, if you ask me. The cop looked from Ethan to Isaiah, then back to Ethan. Well, Ethan thought even if he didn't make facial expressions, he had attitude. He could work with that. Hey, he interrupted the cop's internal dialogue to help Isaiah. Sorry, I can't remember the 50 million chores we have to do every morning. Isaiah let out an exaggerated sigh as he turned to leave. I'll be sure to report anything suspicious, officer. Good luck to you. And with that, he returned home. One garbage bag later, and one boyfriend heavier than he'd left. Hey, sir! They were almost out of the alleyway when Ethan turned, giving the officer an I'm too busy for this look. Yes, have a nice day? Oh, we will. Cat-like Ethan smiled as they rounded a corner, walking towards Isaiah's place. When they were out of earshot, Ethan let go and put some distance between the two of them, crossing his arms. Thanks for the help, man. And now I'll get out of your hair. 2 seconds later, no. Exactly. Not so fast. A certain someone still needs to take out the recycling. The man, clearly done with the charade, watched him with a puzzled expression, trying to decide if he was joking or not. Isaiah was not. He was quite serious, in fact. He waited a bit to see if his meaning would land. Oh. Oopsie. It did not. Isaiah pressed a palm to his forehead. Fine. He spelled it out for him. Look, I saw you drop your stuff back at the dumpster. If you want to get it back before the dogs go poking their noses into it, you're going to need a cover story. Isaiah grinned on the inside. It wasn't every day he got the chance to spin trash into gold. I'll make you a deal. Ethan's face morphed from puzzled to annoyed. He worked alone. He called the shot. And if I refuse... Oh, you know. Zion shrugged. Consider I could pick you up and hand deliver you to the cops myself if I chose. Was he joking? With his face like that, he couldn't tell. Cybernetic enhancements versus flesh. Cyber swing every time. He frowned on cyber. 30 seconds. There's a high stakes game going down tomorrow. Real expensive ante. I don't need to give your money, just get me a seat at the table. Saya reached out a hand expectantly. How much? 100,000 credits. I want a cut. Isaiah hesitated for a moment, considering 15%. 30. 17. Are you kidding me? I'm giving you my money! I mean, he has a point. How much money will you have when the officers confiscate yours? 20%, and if you lose that money, so help me God, I'm coming for you. Fine by me. I mean, 20 is a good cut. It's still 20k. Isaiah shook his hand. Ethan looked so annoyed as he'd been when he first dropped into his arms. But no matter, he had a game to win and a welder to collect. Later, as Ethan fished it out of the garbage, out from the garbage, rather. He flicked a look back at the strange cyber looking at him. Nova City took all types here, but this one seemed to be not only shrewd but well versed in back alley gambling. He'd have to remember that for the future. It might be useful. Now that we made a gambling pact, how about telling me your name? He asked sarcastically. Where are my manners? He asked with a hint of a smile. Isaiah, and yours? Ethan. He waved his hand in a friendly motion. It seemed to compensate for his dead expression. Nice to meet you, partner. Ah, I love it. Nice incorporating the welder into that. Happy smile. Oh, I almost forgot I have a secret project I'm working on, so I gotta go. Secret? Secret? You'll know soon. Okay, see you later. Later. Oh. Logged off at 8:12 p.m. Tell me about it, I'm so curious. Saya be picking up trash voice. Incredible. Man, remember when, like, chat services had, like, auto responses? God, I love that shit. That was good. I miss MS Messenger. It was good. Like, that was good. Like, was it the best service? No. Was it good? Yeah, kind of. Okay, this was the last one we read, and we did see this one. So let's go from there. My parents are awful. Like, MS Messenger was did it have a lot of things that were kind of shitty? Yes, it did. But I think that it was a very good service for what it was. Like, it was very customizable. It let you have, like, automatic messages. Like, it was fun. Now, that was peak for fun. That was very good. That was very peak. I really, really miss it. I hate that we had to move to, Skype eventually because the service kind of died. And then the fact that we had to move to Discord because Skype became... Well, Skype was never good, but it became even worse. This was like... we just became trapped. We became trapped in a way. Anyway, let's read. My parents are awful. There, I said it. They don't care about me or my dreams. When I talk to them, like this morning, they're usually telling me some info they snoop on me from my school. That's why I stopped talking with my friends back home. They were using them for information. I can't even talk to them directly. They said they heard from the school that I've been skipping classes and my grades were awful. Grades don't even matter when you're an adult, so I have them. It's mostly about getting to a good college, sweetie, but I understand. I told them that they shouldn't be spying. It's my life, and they told me I was just a kid. I'm living on my own in a dormitory, juggling school and part-time work, and isn't that what an adult is? I'm more grown-up than they are. I can at least have a direct conversation. They also said they heard back from the colleges I applied to in the States. Guess what I got? Rejection, rejection, rejection. You probably got accepted to all the colleges he applied for, so why can't you? Why don't you shut up your face, Dad? If I don't figure out a working situation here in Japan, I'll have to go back home to them. Suffocating, controlling, and I want to be free. This is my chance to finally have that freedom I've always wanted. Oh, so you're a transfer student, is that it? Like, your parents are on the States, you apply to the state, you're transfer student. Okay, that makes sense. That explains a lot. They told me I'd better figure myself out soon or they stopped sending me allowance. I don't need their stupid money. I don't care about money. I already live in a dormitory that's the size of a shoebox. Even if I'm cramped in here, it's more free than home. And I want that freedom. I'm going to get it. However I want. But I'm having a paid photo shoot this weekend. I've signed the papers and everything. The headshots are already starting to pay for themselves. I don't want to be a beige wife in the suburbs of California balancing kids in one hand and a box of wine in the other. That life is for someone else, not for me. I mean, I worry about your drinking issues, girl, but fair. Oh no. That's, yeah. Today's food log. Today's food log, an apple, 52 calories, 2 calorie made blocks, 200 calories, 1 liter of Pocari sweat. Headshots are order. Pocari Sweat sounds like a gross drink, but it's like Gatorade. It's actually pretty filling. Girl. I've been talking with some modeling agencies, and one said I needed to drop at least 3 sizes before they consider me. I thought I looked okay in the States, but Japan is a different game. Japan is worse about weight, girl. Please don't do this to yourself. Then I went to Harajuku, and just looking at all these tiny girls in their perfect dresses and perfect platform shoes. I wanna be perfect too. Today I had a pack of cookies from the local conveni. That's what we call convenience stores here. That said, at first I was really tired all the time and couldn't focus, but now I'm charged and ready to go. Yeah, that's a sugar rush. So here's the eternal question. Groceries or the headshots? I can probably go without for a little while, right? I'm gonna be a responsible adult and get the headshots first. I'm looking better and better by the day, so might as well get them in while I look good, right? I had a good feeling about this agency though. They're small but seem really friendly. My brother started doing small court cases and then became a big time lawyer. So probably if I start small too, I'll just get bigger and bigger. The other exciting thing I want to share is my dream with my future business partner, a feral smile. We're going to open up a shop together where she and I will sell our fashions that we design together. Can you imagine a Harajuku storefront and Effie and I in our custom designed clothes meeting customers and selling clothes pop singers are dying to get into? Forget the US red carpet, we'll be globally famous. Anyway, so I'm really, really excited about that, and it's gonna happen. We just have to try. Man. Girl, 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 please. Like, it's fine if you just have to get like a job at a convenience store or something. Be careful with yourself. Don't do that to yourself. Let's see. So school is fine. Like, I feel like I should have more to say about it. Like, oh, it's high school and flails about it in the air. Except that at this point, it's just kind of there in the background. Something to get through to move on to the next thing, you know? If all my classes could be about sewing and fashion and costuming, that would be super great. But alas. It's been really neat to reconnect with Tourmaline though. We're going to the school Valentine's dance together, gay. It's gonna be so much fun. It's been one of those things like, all those years we spent apart, I felt like there was this part of me that was just hollow. Like someone took a pair of fabric scissors and cut out Tourmaline-shaped hole in my soul. That's pretty gay. Now that we're around each other again, she just fits so perfectly where she used to be. Feels like we barely need any stitches at all. Speaking of that, I really feel like Terranova is going to be the thread. Like, anytime I ever thought about what Tourmaline and I would do if we ever hung out again, the idea of doing an RP com was always up there. He's such a good world builder, and I can think of outfits for our characters, and with our powers combined, we'll be unstoppable. Mwahaha. 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 Anyway, I was kind of worried she wouldn't agree to let Zandaria in, but I'm glad she did. I feel like I had these connections who aren't connected to each other. Well, that's supposed to be what the internet's good at, right? So it's good now. And she gave us a couple ideas for anime to watch. I'll bet Tourmaline into coming over after school tomorrow to hang. I so worry about Zandaria right now. That girl is gonna pass out from, like, low blood pressure or something. Okay, these are your resolutions. We already saw those. And you. Let's go previous. Learning some new skills. I'm learning and drawing a lot. I haven't started to learn digital coloring and it looks like crap. Oh yeah, I know that. A friend from church gave me a copy of Photoshop with F because it's not Adobe Photoshop because copyright infringement. And after service, she came over and showed me how to do some super basic stuff like coloring and shading. Up until now, I've just been doing pencil drawing, so this is next level. I have to go look up color wheels and stuff. I don't have a scanner at home, so I gotta use my school's computer lab. If my mom drops me off early enough at school, I can usually sneak in before anyone is there and scan my drawings. I feel like a criminal sometimes. Nice. And okay, that's from the Happy New Year stuff. And there's this two last posts here, and then we're technically almost 10 minutes over time, but we'll read the post and then we'll finish for today. I don't know how many months this covers, but I think it's a decent amount of time that you cover with these people. Considering the where is it? The achievements. It's an achievement. I believe there's a couple of achievements for keeping up with like your in like all like there's three endings my understanding is, and one is for not keeping in contact with anyone. One is for only keeping in contact with Effie, and one is for keeping in contact with everyone. So it has that feeling of like actual internet communities of the early 2000s, where like you never know if they were going to disappear like 1 minute to the next, and then you completely lost contact forever with a person you care about. Sometimes I am still haunted by that. I hope those people are doing well. Damn, now I made myself feel bad. Anyway, Ibileda. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just, and will forgive us for our sins and purify us from all unrighteousness. 1 John 1:19. Well, first, I think. Wash it off, wash it off. Dominic stumbled into the washroom, blood soaking through his cassock. As he gripped the edges of the sink haven, he sunk to his knees and gasped out a cry. The taste of flesh was pungent in his mouth. He could still taste it, the feeling of flesh tearing against his teeth, the useless feast batting against his body, the gurgle of death consuming another victim. He told himself never again that he'd stick to bats in the belfry. But it lately was so hungry. He didn't know how many times recently he had woken up covered in blood. He had saved a man from certain death. This he knew. He had been trapped underneath the rubble, and then what? Then the scavenger came. He brandished a knife, threatened them, and he vowed to protect this man that he had saved, so he forsook the Holy Father's blessing, removed the cross, unleashed the demon. He turned on the faucet, spitting the rest of his mouth's content into the sink. Skin, teeth, hair. Really? You eat the hair too? Oh God. He sobbed, half a lament and half a prayer. Have mercy on me. He ran the water over his hands, his arms, his mouth, baptized himself in the water of the church. He had done this many times before, and each time felt more sickening than the last. He had lived with this dark presence all of his life. Father Castellano had said that this was the original sin manifest in one of God's children. Dominique, the fallen one, the broken one, the outcast. But it had been under the Father's tutelage that he had been permitted to be there and learn the book of the Holy Father and find ways to tame the demon. Is this gonna be like low-key, high-key? Oh God, my nose. Sorry, it's itchy. The entire thing in Vampire the Masquerade, how like because the first scene the first scene, like not the original scene because that's eaten from the tree, but the first real scene technically is Cain killing Abel. Like that's the like, you know, that's the thing. Like eating from the tree is kind of like important, but like Cain actually killing Abel, that's considered, I would argue, is more important technically, theologically speaking. And like in Vampire the Masquerade, the entire thing is that Cain is the first vampire. Like he's still alive even in the timeline, last time checked. And the idea is that he's literally the first vampire because God cursed him with vampirism for killing his brother. So you know, is it gonna be something like that? It's like God curse you into being a werewolf kind of thing. He bent his head down towards the sink and continued scrubbing. As he did, he recited his confession. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. My last confession was 2 weeks ago. I had committed a terrible atrocity, and I don't know if I'm beyond saving. God, the Father of mercies, through the death and resurrection of his Son, has reconciled the world to himself and sent the Holy Spirit among us for the forgiveness of sins. Hearing the booming voice behind him, Dominic jumped. The head priest smiled back at him. Father Castellano, hi. My child, what have you gotten yourself into this time? Dominic quailed. I kill a man to save a man. Saved. Father Castellano repeated after him flatly. I'm surprised, Father Gonzalez. Why? I didn't think you had the strength in you to spare a man when you are as you are. Father, please forgive me. He bent his head low in repentance. The father smiled thinly at him, placing a hand atop the young blonde's head. My son, God smiles down upon you. He smiles, for it means that you are not beyond salvation. There is still some good left in you. Dominic shuddered. But what of the other? Come, child, we shall cleanse you, and pray that the darkness will have its rest too. Thank you, Father. I have the feeling that there's a lot of self-flagellation involved in this storyline. And let's see, that's the last one with you, and this is the last one on the blog for this month. And then we start next month next time. As Isaiah had been inspecting the area, he had suddenly felt a kick to his head out of nowhere. Stars filled his eyes as he tried to center his thought and retaliate. But then another blow came from the right side, this time and then close, into his skin, and then rendering the metal underneath. But that was what Isaiah needed. As the claws got momentarily stuck in the metal frame beneath his skin, that gave him the split second he needed to grab the wrist and wrench the claw-like hand down into the grass as he called for Hikaru back up. Hikaru! He probably doesn't sound like that, but it's funny to me. He could feel someone struggling at the end of those claws. His bloodied hand started to change and transform into a pickaxe-like form, fingers bending aside to make way for titanium steel. He heard a gasp. You're the same. Who are you? He cried. His assailant pulled away from him with a jerk, and a great blow knocked him again in the stomach. He curled himself up protectively, holding the pickaxe out in front of him. It was obvious that his assailant could see better than he could. You're like me, the disembodied voice said, half in awe and half in disbelief. Who are you? Isaiah narrowed his eyes. It's hard to answer someone you can't see. He could hear, faintly, a soft clicking. When it stopped, it was almost as if a wave of color washed over a human template. Crouched in the pale pink grass was a cyborg, her angular face outlined by a shock of wild and curly dark hair. She was wearing a deep royal blue garments and brandishing titanium claws on both knuckles. The titanium had begun to withdraw into her body and whip itself into her skin. Isaiah retracted his own weapon into his hand. Hikaru approached Isaiah slowly. He looked like he was talking to someone crouched in the grass. Back off. He angled his arrow at the wild-haired cyborg. The woman instinctively reached for her cloaking device, but Isaiah raised a torn-up hand. Hikaru, stop. They both eyed each other suspiciously for a long moment before Hikaru withdrew the arrow from his bow and slid it back into the quiver. Your friend? She asked. He nodded. My name is Isaiah. I hail from Nova City. She nodded slowly. A cyber. Yes, he confirmed. I am human, but I am modified, as you can see. My friend Hikaru has also been modified. He's a cyber as well, by that definition. Hikaru scolded as he touched the fine mechanics of his ear. They felt cold. He was a cyber now. He looked nervously away as they spoke, his fingers itching at his bow. He didn't like this one bit. Why are you here? Her early purple eyes flickered from his to Hikaru's, then around them, nervously scanning their surroundings. The way she behaved was feral, wild, animalistic. Isaiah had never seen any cyborgs like this. Isaiah gestured at the device on her belt. If I'm not mistaken, that device enables in-stasis teleportation. You can be at two locations at once and control one body at the same time. That technology is highly advanced, but even he could get that working. He had just terrified the cats in the alley with a slightly disconnected-looking dead body floating over the street. Initiating the teleportation sequence was the easy part. Controlling the results was what got people stuck, and it was the part that he himself could never manage to control. I've never been able to get it to work. Almost as if to answer his unspoken question, she smiled slyly. Like, slightly? Oh, you noticed. Just a little something I made myself. He thought back to what the sheriff had said. These bastards had to hit two places at once. He had made a wrong assumption, that the perpetrator in question was two people. It was actually one with very advanced technology. Brilliant. His eyes stood on end with a premonition of a new discovery. You didn't answer my question, though. Oh, Isaiah sighed. We are simply just passing through. I needed my batteries to change, and there is no electricity in Cinders, and so we are out here chasing the wild teleporting goose. Her expression softened. Ah, you don't understand. My name is Alicia. I was born in Nova City. We're all born in Nova City. There are more of you? My people. cybernetically enhanced humans. We left Nova City to found a community created for us in mind. Charging ports, research lab, black markets that sold and traded freely. We wanted to live freely, openly as who we were meant to be. Though we left our birthplace, we never abandoned our home. We call this town Nuevo after Nova City, Terranova, New Earth, and thus we are reborn anew in our new society. Great. Nothing like a town full of androids. Exactly what the people needed. Hikaru sighed. What was so great about Nova City anyway? He couldn't understand why Isaiah was listening to her, much less talking with her. She was a criminal, and they had caught her red-handed in front of the Transformers stealing electricity. She even blooded his lip. So why listen to her as if she was some sort of trust friend? Criminals always lie. It was true in the wilderness and in the cities. He was convinced it was true in this moment as well. At first we were reluctant to trade with the outside, but it became a necessity. But mentions and traders talk, she furrowed her brow. Some humans came asking to join our humble town. We naively accepted, and that was our mistake. Thinking of them as common friends because we are all human, she placed a hand on Isaiah's shoulder. As it turns out, they only wanted our land, so they burned it down. Some houses with us still inside, and from the ashes was born cinders. Hikaru tensed up at the closeness between the two of them. Isaiah had never displayed that level of closeness with him before willingly, and in that moment he realized the point for her long, boring story was to get Isaiah comfortable enough that she could bridge the distance between the two of them. Of course, she was out in the open, exposed at a disadvantage. If it were him, he would do the same thing to try to get himself out of a potentially dangerous situation. That is truly awful, Isaiah said. Have you considered perhaps finding a new place to go? Isaiah, have you ever had a home, a place you've grown comfortable with, a place your heart can relax? Isaiah thought back to his workshop in Nova City and winced. Gone. The bitterness of living still stung. Now, honestly, living had been hard for him. He had scrambled to take what he thought were the most valuable pieces with him. He couldn't imagine never going home again. Kill or run, Hikaru thought. Watching her body language, it would be easier to just kill her here, but she was too close to Isaiah for his comfort. She continued, if you do have a home, you know that it is part of you. Unless you chose to leave, you can never fully release it. Then the electricity? For those who are completely or mostly organic, it is a minor inconvenience. For us, though, it is our lifeblood. You know what it means to lose all your charge. If we don't have electricity, we simply stop existing. So we are the same, he said softly, coming to a sad realization he wasn't prepared to confront. He missed Nova City. His was only the pain of a singular home, but hers, an entire family, an entire generation of people depended on her. Meanwhile, Hikaru's mechanical ears were buzzing. From a long way off, he heard the sheriff and the deputy talking. They hadn't seen them yet, but they were coming closer. A snap, and Lucia looked up. Her eyes caught Hikaru in the act of reaching for his quiver. Her face darkened. You... In that moment, Isaiah's eyes went wide and unfocused. He could feel his vision fading as he started to slip away into the cold, dreamless sleep, the abyss that awaited him. Isaiah fell with a dull thud into the grass. She let out a cry and instinctively drew her claws. Hikaru immediately snapped to a ready stance, asked his attention on Isaiah, laying on the ground unconscious with a strange feral woman standing above him with razor-sharp claws drawn. Lucia went for her cloaking device. It started to boot up, making its signature click, click, click sound as it booted up. She felt a sudden pain in her chest. The arrow that was drawn on Hikaru's bow was gone. She looked down. Protruding from her chest was an arrow, glowing bright neon blue as it crowded with magical energy. I thought it was electrical. She fell down next to Isaiah in the grass. Isaiah! Isaiah! Isaiah wasn't moving. Hikaru ran up to the two steel bodies in the grass. He checked Isaiah's pulse. Faint, but still there. Good. Wait. His blood froze as the sheriff drew nearer. He had made a grave mistake. "Oh, you're a good shot," the sheriff said, prodding the lifeless body of Lysia with the butt of his rifle. "Gotta stomp up the vermin when you see them. That'll be the third one this month." He nodded wordlessly, pulling Isaiah from the tangle of arms and legs that was Lysia now. "No use for a power-down old robot like that. Leave him." Hikaru gave him a frigid look, icier than Ardenia's mountain peaks. "You lay one hand on him and I'll put an arrow right through your skull." As if to make a point, he pulled the electric blue arrow from Lycia's chest with a violent jerk, causing blackish red blood to spurt from her mouth in an ugly sound. Nobody was touching his Isaiah. Nobody, not a single other person. That shut them up. Cradling his friend in his arms, his black cape billowing around them in the evening breeze, he turned his back on them. Close when the power's up again. And that should be everything. Nothing in the chat? Nope, everyone is asleep. And we're 20 minutes over time. And... wait, I can't end the month? Why? That's weird. Oh, wait. Do I have to make a post? Yeah, I do. Alright, is the, is a roleplay that we just did. I almost forgot to post it. Oh, wait, no. It's different. Wait, it's a different one? Well, I guess we have one last post to read before we end. And yeah, that allows us to end the month. Okay, let's read this one. Alright. Ethan was striding across the wastelands of Terranova with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Better get to shelter soon. It was about dusk. His eyes flickered at a town in the distance and immediately narrowed when he saw fire. Not again. He was starting to wonder if this was coordinated. Chaos unfolded in front of him as he ran through the wind and side streets. Cyborgs were marching through the town in rows, lighting buildings, signs, and fences aflame with torches. On the opposite side of the town, he could hear the sound of yelling and gunshots popping. Cyborgs fell, some became engulfed in flames, and others held their breath and closed in their arms, screaming, What's going on? You could hear them chanting something, Alicia, Forlicio. Amidst the chaos, he saw a shortened man dragging a taller, unconscious one towards him. Ethan took a step closer, hand on the butt of his rifle. What's he carrying? The cybernetic implants were unmistakable. Isaiah, how? He never seen him outside of Nova City. What the hell was he doing here? And what with this kid nonetheless? Delivered by God. He pictured Dominic saying with a smile on his face. Looks like your friend isn't doing too hot, he remarked. The man's grey eyes flickered towards him, feral. He fumbled for his bow, but ended up dropping it with a clatter. He needs electricity. Okay. Ethan nodded. Okay, kid, come with me. I can make that happen. He didn't move. Do you have any idea what's happening? He said, strategically switching the subject. The man immediately tensed and then shook his head no. A slow smirk spread over Ethan's face. He knew the face of a liar. Something tells me that if someone finds you here, Isaiah will wake up to one less friend. That got him to move. His face paled, and he grabbed his bow, jogging out in front of Ethan. Let's go. After Isaiah had been connected to the camping generator, Ethan had a better opportunity to take a look at the strange kid. His skin was too pale for a human, and he could see two pulsing neon blue devices on either side of his head, whirring peacefully. A cyborg. And his bow, he traveled enough to know whether a weapon was Ordanian or Terranovan, and this was more certainly Ordanian, with Terranovan mods. Interesting. Isaiah's pet project, perhaps? He settled down on a nearby rock and pulled out a flask from his robes. Seems you two are close. How'd you met? Hikaru's face lit up against the flickering light of the campfire. I got into a fight and Isaiah helped me. Funny, he did the same for me, Ethan said, remembering the officer's scrutinizing look. For as much as he avoids trouble, he sure likes getting involved with troublemakers. Do you think I'm trouble to him? Hikaru bent his head. I haven't spent enough time around you to know. Oh. Something about him seemed heavy, and Ethan couldn't put his finger quite on it. Pardon me if I'm being rude, but what's up with your ears? The kid gave him a puzzled look until he realized where he was pointing. Oh, Isaiah made them for me. What happened to your old ears? Cut off, in a jar, taken by traders, Hunter x Hunter reference. Why? Because I'm an elf. He almost spit out the bourbon he was drinking. It was rumored there was a coven in the northernmost region of Ordania, though no one ventured there for fear of being picked up by scavengers or wolves. He honestly believed they were just that, rumors. But they were real. I've never met an elf before. How does it feel to be so far away from home? Aidan asked. Miharu poked at the fire wordlessly for a while, then he lifted his head, giving Ethan a tortured look. I used to think I knew who I was, where my place was, and what I was supposed to become, but the farther away I go from home, the more I wonder whether I was supposed to do those things in the first place. The more I read the role playing, the more I think that what's going on is that a bunch of teenagers with various issues are just coping by writing their trauma on a very specific OC role playing forum. Well, Live Journal, which is just a parody of Live Journal. And to be fair, yeah, that's what we used to do. That's exactly what we used to do. Ethan raised an eyebrow. He hadn't considered the Coven a potential enemy or Ordanian Terranova, but it was possible. He did pull him and Isaiah out of a town that was on fire. He took another sip from his flask. What were you supposed to do? To fulfill a prophecy, to be the strongest warrior in all of Ordania. Hikaru crept closer to the rock Ethan was perching on. That's why I'm going to defeat someone named Obsidian. This time, Ethan did spit out his drink. Obsidian? Are you insane? I heard rumors about them crushing skulls with their bare hands. You do know them, so do they have any weak points or anything? Any tips? Ethan felt almost parental towards him. He was young and naive, fighting to carve a path for himself, the best he could out of chaos. To be honest, all of them were. These were chaotic times they lived in. He looked him over. Now I know your trouble, he laughed. Isaiah must have had a thing for guys like us. Hikaru's eye widened, a blush tinging his cheeks. Guys like us? Desperate idiots like us, Aiden said. Just remember, you don't have to try that hard. Hikaru shoved his arm prayerfully. Yes, I do. And don't call me a kid. Everybody here is legal for the purpose of not getting the rating high. And I believe that's everything because we have the end of mod moment. So, okay, that's gonna be everything for today. Man, this really is just nostalgia, lad, and like every single thing about this game just like it kills me that it just has the Windows XP like UI. That kind of does it for me. But like everything about this game is just so nice. But anyway, we're gonna continue this on Friday and then on Saturday, and I'll see if I can make like a playlist to put like lightly on the background because it is kind of weird playing something with no music or anything. But yeah, we'll continue this by the end of the week / weekend, and tomorrow we'll see. I don't know what I feel like doing. We'll see. We'll see what I'm up for. Maybe some Volcano Princess. Maybe some Volcano Princess. We'll see. But anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Have a good start to your week, and I'll be seeing you tomorrow for whatever I feel like doing. Yes. Yes. Bye, everyone.